Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Trump backs down. He had given Iran 48 hours. Now he's scared as Iran shoots down more U.S. and Israeli warplanes and reveals major missile stockpile. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means you hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it's getting worse by the day for Trump. He might be arrested as a lunatic and a madman who's manipulating the stock market as the U.S. empire is brutally humiliated. Iran is a roaring lion. Let's go. Israel being devastated. I don't know how much of Israel is even left. We don't know how much of the U.S. military is left. It's like the only one.
While the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, continues to claim that he has defeated Iran, the White House has accelerated the process of working out a scenario for ending the war in the Middle East, including through negotiations with the Iranian authorities. This was reported by the American news outlet Axios, citing its own White House sources. According to sources, the current U.S. authorities are ready to end the current armed conflict through negotiations. At the same time, Washington recognizes that the fighting in the Middle East will continue for several more months. It is reported that although the war is gaining momentum, the United States continues to develop the option of dialogue with the Iranian authorities. At the White House, they hope that Iran will eventually agree to negotiate, allowing Donald Trump to exit the current war with minimal losses for the United States. At the same time, it is worth noting that Iran has never refused to negotiate, but only if the United States and Israel accept all the conditions and demands of Tehran. In particular, Iran demands the cessation of attacks from both the United States and Israel, guarantees of non-aggression in the future, and multi-billion-dollar reparations from Washington and Tel Aviv for the damage caused. According to Iran, if all these conditions are met, Western oil tankers will again be granted permission to use the Strait of Hormuz freely. Furthermore, Tehran has also promised that if the United States and Israel accept all of Iran's conditions, missile attacks on the Gulf states will cease completely. Simply put, Iran demands total surrender from Israel and the United States. In turn, it is also worth noting the U.S. demands. In particular, Washington demands that Iran completely stop developing its nuclear and missile programs, as well as completely stop supporting pro-Iranian forces in the Middle East. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that Iran has already rejected all these U.S. demands. All this indicates that potential negotiations between the United States and Iran are unlikely to take place, and that the current war will continue until one side wins by a landslide. Nevertheless, sources confirm that the United States continues to look for intermediaries, through whom it would be possible to conduct a dialogue with Iran. Trump is well aware that if he fails to unblock the Strait of Hormuz and stop the global economic crisis before the midterm elections in the United States, it will be a death sentence for him. The longer this war goes on, the greater the risks for Trump himself. By the way, a few hours ago, Trump declared that over the past 2 days, he allegedly has held productive talks with Iranian authorities, and ordered a 5-day halt to missile strikes against Iran. However, Iran's foreign ministry denied Trump's claims. Tehran officially stated that Trump is brazenly lying to buy time and lower oil prices. Tehran officially confirmed that Iran is not negotiating with the United States. Meanwhile, on March 22, analysts from the Center for Strategic and International Studies made a rather shocking statement. So, in their report, analysts confirmed that the United States has already begun to experience problems with cruise missile stocks for attacks on Iran. It is reported that in the first 5 days of the war with Iran, the United States used 320 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 790 joint air-to-surface standoff missiles. It is noteworthy that the United States continued to use the same number of these cruise missiles against Iran in the following days. Considering the fact that before the start of the war, the United States had 3,500 JASSM cruise missiles and 3,200 Tomahawk cruise missiles in its arsenal, it becomes clear that as of March 23, 2026, the United States had already used 35% of its missiles in this armed conflict. Against this backdrop, analysts concluded that the United States would fail not only to strengthen missile strikes against Iran, but also to maintain a pre-existing level of missile attacks on the Islamic Republic. However, despite the existence of serious problems for the United States in the current war, this does not prevent Donald Trump from making provocative and rather harsh statements against Iran. So, on March 22, the current occupant of the White House issued an ultimatum to Iran to unblock the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. Otherwise, according to Trump, the United States will destroy all Iranian energy facilities. It is noteworthy that Iran's response was not long in coming. Right after Trump's ultimatum, the Iranian military department officially stated that if the United States dares to attack Iran's energy facilities, the IRGC will completely close the Strait of Hormuz and launch massive missile strikes against energy facilities in Israel and Arab countries that support U.S. actions in the region. According to the Iranian military, if Trump dares to strike at Iranian energy facilities, it will not lead to the fall of the Islamic Republic. However, Iran's retaliatory measures will be much tougher, and everyone will be shocked. First, Tehran will completely close the Strait of Hormuz, and will not open it until the United States and Israel rebuild all of Iran's destroyed energy facilities. Secondly, Iran will launch massive missile attacks on Israeli energy facilities and information and communication technologies. In addition, Iran will also destroy all energy companies owned by American shareholders in the Middle East. And finally, thirdly, all the power plants of all Arab states, in which there are American military bases, will be hit by Iranian ballistic missiles. Simply put, Tehran has made it clear that Iran is ready to begin destroying not only military facilities, but also American economic interests in the Middle East. Moreover, right after this official statement by the Iranian Defense Ministry, Tehran once again proved that all its warnings and threats against its enemies are not empty words. So, on March 22, representatives of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps officially announced that Iran had intercepted and shot down an American F-15 fighter jet near the island of Hormuz, actually over the Strait of Hormuz. Thus, with the outbreak of war, this became the first recorded case of an aerial standoff directly over the Strait of Hormuz. Our air defense systems intercepted and shot down an enemy fighter jet F-15 off the southern coast of Iran, near the island of Hormuz, the Iranian military said. At the same time, it is worth noting that the official report did not say anything about the fate of the pilots of the downed F-15. It is still not known whether they were able to survive or died. Let me remind you that the day before, Tehran officially stated that in 22 days of fighting, the Iranian air defense shot down 200 enemy air targets, including fighter jets, fuel planes, drones, and cruise missiles. Well, my friends, it appears that Mr. Trump has gotten himself into a real mess.
Command shows the moment a fighter jet that was Iran announced again to shoot down a F-15 fighter jet by its air defense forces on Sunday, March 22, a blow about U.S. unilateral claims of total air superiority, domination, and even air defense, once again ending in failure. The video, released by Iranian Air Defense Command, shows the moment a fighter jet that was about to bomb Iran was locked in the air, and at the right moment was shot by a surface-to-air missile. Finally, the fighter jet, which was reportedly flying near the island of Hormuz, was unable to avoid Iranian sophisticated missiles, fell instantly to the ground, or possibly into the sea. Despite the U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, denying it, claiming U.S. forces have carried out more than 8,000 combat flights without losing a single aircraft due to Iranian fire. But Iranian Improved Air Defense Network has managed to show a large amount of debris from advanced Israeli and U.S. assets. A few days ago, a F-35 was downed. On Monday morning, Iraqi television network Al-Ahed verified that an American F-15 was shot down in Iranian airspace, and the fighter jet later fell among buildings in Kuwait. It is unknown whether this was a new incident or a different angle from previous incidents. The result was the same, a major blow to the myth of air superiority. The clash of incoming information regarding the crash of another F-15 fighter jet in Kuwait, allegedly involving friendly fire, highlights the intensive information war that accompanies physical conflict in the Middle East. To the Trump administration's surprise, 3 weeks after the war began, Iran was able to retaliate, destroying hundreds more large Israeli-U.S. drones, including multiple fighter jets considered advanced.
A new video from Iran is raising serious questions about whether the war with the US and Israel is far from over. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, has released footage claiming to show massive underground warehouses filled with air defense missiles. And the message is clear. Iran says it still has plenty left to fight. The 77-second clip shows what appears to be a bunker-like facility, dimly lit with long rows of metal racks, stacked floor to ceiling with hundreds, possibly thousands, of missile canisters. The camera moves slowly through aisles, highlighting the sheer scale of the stockpile. At one point, a masked man is seen scanning items, while close-up shots show labels in Persian being marked and tagged. But the most striking moment comes near the end. A targeting graphic appears, locking on to what looks like a US F-35 fighter jet, a direct signal to American and Israeli air power. This comes after nearly 3 weeks of intense conflict, where US and Israeli aircraft have operated with minimal losses. But Iran is now pushing back against that narrative. Through this video, it's sending a strategic message. Its air defenses are not destroyed. Its missile reserves are not empty. And this war cannot be won quickly. Even if parts of the footage are questioned, analysts say the psychological impact is undeniable. Iran is signaling readiness for a long war of attrition, one that could drain resources, raise risks, and test how long its adversaries can sustain pressure. In simple terms, this is not just a video. It's a warning that Iran believes it can outlast the fight.
Subscribe to One India and never miss an update.
Than 100 kg, but there were multiple ones landing. Okay, Iran, well, they have a wide array of missiles and they're using new weapons, but that's what the Israeli side said. A lot of destruction this missile caused that landed in the central part in the Tel Aviv area. There were also more images, but the scale of the destruction that came from this very intense attack that landed, total lack of interception. And there was a video describing the initial moments, and then I'm going to show you the missile, by the way. Let's have a look.
אל תתקרב, שלא יתפוצצו מכוניות. יש אחד בסיירות? יש מישהו עזרה שצריך? מה? שלא יתפוצצו פה כל המכוניות דווקא. קראתם לכיבוי? לואי מרשל 7. מה זה? בלואי מרשל. לואי מרשל 7.
ירדן, תראי מחוץ לעבודה שלי.
תעזוב אותך עכשיו. אין בעיה, רגע. יאללה, אני בא. יופי.
They finished. Salute, soldier.
So that was the attack on the Tel Aviv area coming from Iran. Landing, substantial attack. There was also footage of
Iran got to fight where they want them. They can't use nuclear weapons. They're not finna win no conventional war. It's just a fact.
And Israel said that it was a new type of missile. Now
imagine you don't hear him on TV saying they run out of missiles and drones no more. And the reporters won't even ask them. I thought y'all said y'all destroyed all the missiles and drones. Many people lie every day. That's why Iran keep releasing these videos. What? We got bases on top of bases on top of bases underground. They don't know nothing about it. We're going to let them know, show them.
There's probably something to that because the speed of this missile is unbelievable, as in ultra fast missile. I managed to obtain a video of the missile as it was landing, just before it was landed, and then one of them when it was being launched. Let's have a look at the video of it when it was landing, and have a look at the speed of the missile.
Ooh, soldiers.
Very intense speed. We're talking about something substantial here. And there was also a video published about the launch of this actual missile. Let me see if I can find it for you. From Iran, which also was significantly faster than the previous missiles that Iran launched so far, which could mean that they are actually using, new types of missiles that are being launched against Israel. Oh, the other video is not coming up for some reason. Let's have another look. I'll share that video in full with you while I look for that one.
That's insane. I can't see your screen from here anymore.
Good choice on the new HVAC system. We'll get to work on the installation.
Excuse me, I'm the fourth.
מה קרה פה לבניינים? האוטו התהפך. מהעדף. אלוהים ישמור, תראה. אז תתקרב שלא יתפוצצו מכוניות.
في حدا بالسيارات؟ יש מישהו עזרה שצריך?
תראה מה זה. שלא יתפוצצו פה כל המכוניות עכשיו. קראתם לכיבוי?
לואי מרשל 7.
מה זה? בלואי מרשל. לואי מרשל 7. מה קרה פה לבניינים? האוטו התהפך. מהעדף. אלוהים ישמור, תראה. אז תתקרב שלא יתפוצצו מכוניות.
في حدا بالسيارات؟ יש מישהו עזרה שצריך?
תראה מה זה. שלא יתפוצצו פה כל המכוניות עכשיו. קראתם לכיבוי?
לואי מרשל 7.
מה זה? בלוי מרשל. בלוי מרשל 7.
Oh, so there was just another a video of the velocity of the missile, you know, and the speed. Have a look at this video. Now, apparently, this could actually be a Sigil missile that was launched by Iran. We have more footage of the damage in Tel Aviv.
They just getting started. They got some surprises for the colonizers. And they have released statements saying they have no problems with the American people. No problems. They hate the imperialists. They hate the Epstein class. They're making sure they understand. It's like Putin want to let the people know they have a problem with our rulers. They have a problem with the Zionists, the imposters, the usurpers, and they're going to deal with it.
And apparently it was a Sigil missile. There was a video being published by the IRGC, and that was probably, very recently, that was probably the missile that was launched. Quite a scene coming from Iran. I mean, the scenes and the videos of the missiles get more and more creative as time goes by. So guys, these were the main updates so far in the first part of the day. Hopefully I'll have some videos for you as well throughout the day, and we will hopefully have another live stream in the night. I'm expecting things to be very intense today, especially after the United States and Israel, one day after Trump said he's not going to target the Iranian energy sector targeted it indeed. Iran using more advanced missiles and weaponry now. No one is leaving any sort of doubt that this is going to be escalating from now on. All of the talks about any potential de-escalation are nothing but delusions, wishful thinking, and attempts coming from both the United States and other countries to try and blinden the Iranian side. And clearly Iran's on a mission, and even with their statements, they're always lying. So it's as if there's a point of no return. It's as if we are in a situation now where I honestly think that I don't see any path of de-escalation. Unlike previous times, there were paths of de-escalation, albeit temporary, that would be inevitably led by other escalations so long as Israel remained there. But now with what Iran is doing, in essence, and that's why I think this is going to be taking some time, Iran is cutting the arms of Israel.
Last year, spring break was a lot. This year, we did everything we wanted.
In the Persian Gulf and in the Arab Gulf states. That's what's happening now. So the concept of Greater Israel that the Israelis wanted to push for and the American side was happy with are in effect being chopped off part by part. You can imagine what that would create for Israel as a country. Despite all of the projection, all of their projection of power and victory and any of that is all delusional. Israel, in essence, is losing its strategical depth in the Gulf. That's why Iran is saying you can't even have them again. So we've had all of this talk before about, curbing Iran's influence, cutting Iran. What in essence we have is a bone-breaking war where the upper hand is for Iran now. That would make the American and Israeli sides have more vicious and bloody plans, and Iran is preparing for that. And unlike any previous situation that we had, now we're talking about a point of no return. So what happened until now, this has just begun. Even if something happens to slightly de-escalate, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning for something much bigger, more long-term. And clearly Iran is on a mission to eliminate the Zionist entity and the American influence in the region once and for all. And any of the corrupt Arab puppets who would be clinging onto the American side to try and help them and rescue them, they will evaporate with them unless they have another plan. And that plan was to have a new strategic view, realization, coming to terms with their own mistakes and wrongdoings, having a regional defense and cooperation mechanism, having proper ties with Iran, and completely expelling the Zionist Epstein garbage from the region once and for all. That's why I believe that this is only the beginning. So even if we're reaching towards the end of a phase, it appears to me that this is kind of as if you have phases, right? We're closer to the end of the earlier phase. Now we're entering second phase. And it's not going to be short because Iran is putting them on their back feet. And although it may seem unlikely to have more aggressors joining the United States, that could potentially be an option. It would have its limitations, but it could be an option. And any move in that direction would inevitably lead Iran to escalate even further. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.
The night over Erbil, northern Iraq, was lit up by explosions and fireballs, amid a massive attack by Iraqi resistance forces groups on U.S. interests. Powerful video shows unusual fireballs raining down on Erbil on the night of March 23, from a series of intense shelling by rockets and drones. Resistance groups in Iraq are now intensifying operations, targeting U.S. bases and the headquarters of U.S.-backed groups. Citing Iraqi security sources, the U.S. consulate was hit, as C-RAM air defense system was activated, trying its best to repel the incoming projectiles, but apparently to no avail. This caused a large explosion from a direct hit, and a plume of smoke rose from inside the U.S.-occupied consulate. The Iraqi resistance will remain vigilant and ready, anticipating any occupation, and at that point, they will resume operations with direct attacks. The Iraqi resistance group, Saraya Aliyah al-Dam SAD, has released footage of a drone attack on U.S. forces in Erbil, and announced the activation of a new facility, having joined Operation True Promise 4. The video shows a stockpile of ammunition from the facility, alongside images of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and his son Moshtaba. The group of the Sons of Iraq announced that they had targeted key U.S. positions at Victoria Base and Erbil, raining down drones on them. The Iraqi resistance confirmed that U.S. and NATO forces had completed their withdrawal from Victoria Base, via air cargo planes and ground vehicles, to Jordan. Iraqi resistance operations have escalated, along with the increasingly aggressive U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. This coincided with Trump's unilateral statement at a press conference that Iran called to negotiate, something Tehran firmly denied.
Last old school foreign correspondents on the planet. I was in Afghanistan before, during, and after, including 9/11, and I was in Iraq before, during, and after, and I was going to Iran during the 2000s many times, including at the time when Rumsfeld, the Cheney regime, was talking about bomb Iran. That was John McCain's refrain every week, in fact. So we all knew Iran was the big prize. It always was, according to the Project for the New American Century, according to Clean Break, according to the Zionist influence in DC already in the 90s everywhere. So, of course, they couldn't do it before. And what the famous Wesley Clark quote, in fact, they got everybody. And of course, the only missing piece was Iran. So this war was planned. We can say that this war was planned since the late 90s, in fact, not only the past 20 years or 25 years, even more than that, the previous millennium. And of course, now they found the perfect messenger. What some of my Chinese friends, scholars call the baboon in the White House. I love it. The barbarian baboon in the White House, totally controlled by Zionists, totally controlled not only by Netanyahu, but the circle around Netanyahu, the International Zionist Alliance, which especially financial, and of course, his inner circle. The people who he actually listens to, there are not many, they're making a lot of money out of this war. And that includes everybody, starting with the ghastly Jared Kushner. This should be an investigation in itself, but obviously, because there's no more investigative journalism in the US, only you see this only in fringe Substack accounts, for instance. But how Kushner is profiting, even starting when he left the White House after Trump 1.0, when he got the first $2 billion for his affinity partners from MBS directly. Basically, MBS wrote a check for Kushner. And now the price is even high, it's $5 billion. He's getting $5 billion from the Saudis for pushing of course, the father of Ivanka, let's put it this way. And the real brains in that couple is not Jared Kushner, it's actually Ivanka. He is absolutely ghastly, low-life, cheap real estate entrepreneur. But of course, Trump's listened to him. That's very, very dangerous. So he was the main seller of this war, face to face to Trump or ear to ear to Trump. And everybody is profiting. Lutnick, Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy, all these, it's absolutely, all these people, Besant, all of them. So for them is also a free ride financially. The big picture, of course, is Eretz Israel, Greater Israel. And that, according to them, is advancing fast if they can eliminate the only regional superpower, which is Iran, and the only competitor to Israel to be the number one power all across West Asia. So there was never any planning about that. And they thought it would be a decapitation strike, and the whole thing would be over the weekend. And on Monday, we would have mission accomplished, the Wall Street, going through the roof and all that. So that was the planning. When things started to be derailed half an hour after the decapitation strike on February 28th against Ayatollah Khamenei and a great deal of the leadership, they had no plan B. And they still don't. And what just happened a few minutes before we start talking, which is something absolutely extraordinary. When we were all expecting the beginning of the real highway to hell of bombing the electricity grid of Iran, there was Taco. Trump always checks us out all over again. And why? Because he looked at the numbers, he looked at the markets, he looked at gold, he looked at the bond market, and obviously panic set in. So he had to back off. And by some time, for the moment it's 5 days, we don't know how this is going to play. But the most interesting thing is that a few minutes later, the Iranians went online and basically told the whole planet that the president of the United States is a liar. There are no conversations going on at the moment. And this is something that we hear from Arakshi, foreign minister, from Kalibaf, the head of the parliament, from other political sources across Iran. He made that up. And the main reason, and this is simply when you talk to financial analysts, they tell you, the main reason is the bond market. When Trump saw that the bond market was going totally out of control, like, the yields for 10-year treasuries is getting to 5%, actually went to over 5%, came back to 4.5, and now I think it's 4.4 or something, and it may go up again. The United States simply cannot survive with the bond yields so high. Simple as that. And they cannot finance anything. It collapses financially. You have like mortgage rates in the US going to 7% or 8%. This is suicidal. So much more than the oil market, the threat to the oil market by the Strait of Hormuz being closed but not closed, which is fantastic. In fact, it's not closed. There is a toll booth. You have to pay the toll to get in. If you pay the toll, no problem. You navigate in Iranian territorial waters. And first of all, your cargo must have been settled in Petro-Yuan. These are the three imperatives. If you follow these three, no problem. You can cross. Anybody can cross, including the Japanese, which are saying, should I stay or should I go? But the most important thing, much more important than oil, is the bond market. So it's all about follow the money. It's all about money. And obviously, the people who are making money out of this war inside the US, they are absolutely terrified because it's getting out of control. So that would be the number one rationale for some sort of deal. But Glenn, we know that a deal is impossible when you look at the list of demands on the Iranian side and the list of demands on the American side. It's absolutely impossible to find a common ground. And that's why it's still so dangerous. So, the infernal machine, which is an escalation machine for the past 3 weeks, which today we thought would be okay, and now it goes totally out of control. It's just postponed for the next 5 days. But the escalation machine is still there. And there's no way out. And there's no off-ramp for Trump. If he chooses an off-ramp, that is, in practice, the end of the American empire.
I was 52 years old. I thought shingles was for old people. I was there in the hospital.
And even people with an IQ of 10 can understand that in the US. And at the same time, he cannot fulfill the demands by the Iranians, and some of them are really, really hardcore. No more US bases in West Asia anywhere. Payment of reparations. Some figures are floating around are $500 billion. And of course, we continue with our nuclear program, our missile program, the way we want. All of those are, from the point of view of the US, are, out of the question. So it's still a cliffhanger. The cliffhanger was supposed to be today. Now we have to wait for another 5 days.
Well, I'm glad the horror show was postponed a bit, but it is interesting that, as you framed it, what the Iranians are after essentially is the capitulation of the US in that region. But what the US is asking of Iran is their capitulation. That is, give up its regional allies, its ballistic missiles, its conventional deterrence, keep components of its economy. So given that this is the case, the only way this can be achieved is through victory. And so we seem to be locked in this war of attrition where the goal is to exhaust the other side. Now, Trump says that he has, unlimited weapons, which of course is nonsense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pulling their missile defense out of Asia. It doesn't make any sense. But we have a general, somewhat idea of what the United States has, and also its ability to produce new weapons. But Iran's weapon, we know a lot less. That is, the Iranians say they have a lot of weapons stored into their tunnels, the tens of thousands, again, but it's very difficult to get this verified. Not just the quantity, but also the quality. So What is it that we actually know about the weapons of Iran, especially the quality? The quantity is a bit more difficult, I guess.
The quality has been already proven by the way they employ some of their best missiles, like the Khorramshahr 4 and the Fatah 2. They only started to use them only in the past year, let's say during the past week. And very parsimonious, not yet in huge quantities. And we don't know, nobody knows what is in store in the underground missile cities, which are in the eastern part of Iran. In the southeast, Sistan Baluchistan province, in the far east near the Afghan border, and none of these areas has been touched by the Americans so far. The Americans don't even know where these underground cities are. So every time that they have let's say, a technological leap on the kind of missiles that they are using, it's always very, very impressive. And now that there's no protective shield over Israel, for all practical purposes, David Sling, Arrow 3, TED, most of it is all gone. They can bomb Israel the way they wanted. And this is part of their new strategy. They keep tweaking their decentralized mosaic strategy, I would say, week after week. And now they're saying openly, now we have an offensive strategy. So far was defensive, and now it's offensive. Why? Because they know that they have exhausted the response capacity of American and Israeli air defense. So now they can choose their targets precisely. And for instance, when they didn't attack the Dimona nuclear reactor, they attacked a building around 10 kilometers away from Dimona, housing scientists. So this was a message. Basically, they're saying, look, we can bomb Dimona anytime we want it, but we won't do it now. If you bomb Natanz, we're going to bomb Dimona. That's part of the message as well. And the Israelis bombed the vicinity of Natanz already, and the Russians were absolutely furious about it. There are still a lot of Russian technicians over there. So the Iranians, their deterrence is incremental, and they always come up with new weapons that we never saw being employed in the battlefield. So we can say that they have not, it's true, they have not shown everything they have for obvious reasons, because they are planning for a long war. And when they say that we can last until for the next 6 months, yes, they can.
You never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you. Not only the
First of all, because we don't know where most of these missiles and drones are. Second, every week they come up with new weapons that we never seen before. Third, we have not even seen what they have to actually defend the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, assuming the Americans get nearby, let's put it this way. So that's what this is what deterrence means. And this is how you have a decentralized mosaic strategy, that it can be fine-tuned on purpose, progressively, methodically, meticulously, and it is extremely impressive. And on the other side, we see what? The only thing that they do, bomb indiscriminately, bomb civilian targets, bomb residential neighborhoods in Tehran. But that's the logic of, in fact, a terror, the syndrome of the terror regimes intertwined. These are two terror regimes that are walking side by side and bombing side by side with no regard to civilian lives. They never had. And the Iranians still, because everything we can talk about Shiite theology and their ethics of resistance and their respect for human life, they are not attacking civilian targets. They are starting to attack civilian dual-use infrastructure in Israel. That's another story. because now they want to concentrate on basically smashing all the key nodes that make the state of Israel function. That's what they call the Great Constriction. That's their own terminology for it. And this has started in this past 3 or 4 days. And it will continue this week a lot. And you can count that they will continue to bomb Haifa refineries, military installations. Military installations are next to Ben Gurion Airport. There's no question about that. So obviously, the Israelis can, even while the enormous censorship in Israel, they cannot admit that. But now that some images are floating around everywhere, anybody can see that they are being hammered again, just like during the 12-day war. But because for them, they simply cannot pick up the phone and call Trump again and say, get us a ceasefire. First of all, because nobody wants a ceasefire as it stands. It's the logic of escalation on both sides, on 3 sides, if we count Israel as one side. They will continue to get hammered.
Well, I also picked up on the Iranians making this argument that they are shifting from defense to offense, and I expected something similar after the U.S. had and Israel had spent a lot of its munition and its air defenses for the Iranians to escalate. But what do we know yet about Iran's strategy in the war? Not the ambitions, but also how they expect to achieve this. Because as you mentioned, the wish list of the Iranians in terms of a post-war settlement, it's quite high. I can't see the Americans agreeing to essentially any of it. But how do you see them moving forward with this? What are the
The number one demand is, of course, no more U.S. military bases all across West Asia. Well, they are already on it because from 70 to 80% of these bases are already completely destroyed. And with only 3 weeks of war. If we have 3 more weeks, they will destroy all of them, period. And yesterday, something beyond extraordinary happened, which nobody's talking about it, but the significance is stratospheric. 23 years after shock and awe in Iraq, the United States and NATO have been expelled from Iraq, period. They are not there anymore. That's it. It's over. They only have a base in Erbil, but it doesn't count. Iraqi Kurdistan is basically a bunch of gangsters. It doesn't count. It's not even in Baghdad, they look at the Kurdistan, those gangsters. But Iraq itself, there's no more US and NATO troops. It took 23 years. And because in the end, they had to do a ceasefire because they were being bombed relentlessly by the different strands of the Iraqi resistance, Hashd al-Shaabi, Kataib Hezbollah, and many other different groups and militias. So it's possible. Long term, relentless, and clarity of vision, spiritual strength. You can put it. There's many declinations of how resistance works. And in the case of Iran,
I dreamed of playing college softball, but that dream ended.
They have been preparing for this war not for 47 years. They have been preparing for this war since 2005, 2006. Let's put it this way, 20 years. You remember in the mid 2000s when there were active plans to really bomb Iran, coordinated by Rumsfeld at the time. But the Americans were thinking that we don't have enough, because at the time they were thinking in terms of also a ground invasion. Everything that was gained in Washington was a total disaster, so they abandoned it. So they said, no, we need to undermine the regime, the mullahs, all that crap that they talk about all the time for a few more years. And then when the time is right, which the way they see it, it's now, So it's not only hardcore Zionists, but old school neocons, the people from the project of the New American Century, the remnants of the project of the New American Century. Now is the right time, after they try to undermine it through the so-called protests, which there were legitimate protests, but they were weaponized by foreign forces. The time is now. And they are in for a very rude awakening. Because especially after the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, very few people in Washington know that Moshtaba was, for years, for at least 15, 16 years, he was working very, very close with the IRGC leadership. So when I was, we were together in Iran last year. When at that time, I was asking practically everybody that I could, what was the relationship between Moshtaba and IRGC? And everybody said, yes, it's very close. He's the kind of bridge between his dad, which is has so many dossiers to take care of, and the IRGC. He knows exactly how the IRGC works. He's totally respected by the IRGC. And I remember that in May last year, they were telling me, yes, he's one of the top candidates to be the next supreme leader. There were three others, but he was very well positioned, especially because of relationship with the IRGC. So the fact that he was elected by the Council of Experts to be the new supreme leader, even if he's not a top Ayatollah, they are betting on the idea, on the symbology, on the fact that he is continuing the work of his father. And this is so powerful that even if he doesn't appear in public, his aura and his reach is tremendous. And he's universally respected from day one. So that in itself is extraordinary. He doesn't need to come out, give fantastic speeches. No, that's not the point. So this implies a continuity of government, a continuity of an idea of resistance, with the difference that now the people who are completely in charge now are the IRGC. There's no question about that. They are running Iran at the moment. So obviously, there's the survival of the Iranian state is their survival. It's inexorably. So they're going all the way. And of course, you should never forget, they have the Shiite spirit of martyrdom fully incarnated. If they are martyred, they are dying for the cause. So you cannot break people like that. It's out of the question. Especially when on the other side, you see people who can barely read, they can barely string two sentences together, not to mention read a book by Kant, written by Ali Larijani, also assassinated. So the imbalance between the spirit of barbaria on one side and the spirit of Persian culture on the other is brutal. And they learned something that they didn't know before, the art of PR. Their PR is working very, very well all across the global south. Now they became hits in terms of public opinion. Support for Iran all across the global south is practically unanimous now. They're making those little funny videos with Lego characters and all that works a miracle in terms of PR, showing that they have a little bit of leeway. You have one of their spokesmen saying, Donald Trump, you're fired.
Yeah, I saw that.
Was absolutely brilliant. They turned the whole thing upside down. So this, with young people in the US, across the West, in China, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, wow, this is absolutely priceless. So the Epstein syndicate, they already lost the battle for public opinion on a global level, that's for sure. And married to the Iranians who learn how to play the soft power game as well. So when you put this all together, they have military cards, soft power cards, and pressure cards on their hands that nobody thought that they would have 3-4 weeks ago. Nobody would bet that they would resist. First of all, that they would resist so long and counterpunch fiercely like they're doing. Of course, once again, they were underestimated. And that's one of the traits of empire. The empire underestimates everybody. Everybody is, by definition, inferior. Not to mention that death cult in Tel Aviv. The whole planet, for them, the whole planet is inferior. So it's part of my personal thesis that Iran is fighting for the whole global south in this war. It's much more than a war against 3 BRICS. And we could talk a lot about the implosion of BRICS at the moment. BRICS now is in a coma. Pains me to say that. I dedicated a lot of work this past few years just to follow BRICS. And at the moment, it's in deep coma. And we don't know if it's going to be resurrected. But basically, this is a war. Iran is leading this war with the backup of Russia and China. And yes, it's 3 BRICS trying to defend the whole global south from a cancer, essentially.
Well, I also found it fascinating. It would have been unthinkable to have this kind of sympathies for Iran around the world. Of course, 2 surprise attacks and this kind of savage destruction of Iran, tends to whip up sympathies. But of course, I think it's more to it. But what you said about continuity, I think that's also a very good point, because this is a problem when you demonize your opponent to assume that they're all weak, just one evil leader holding the whole house of cards together. The continuity, I think, was underestimated. I've seen politicians and journalists make the argument after Khamenei was killed that, oh, well, now the Iranians finally have an opportunity for peace and, freedom. So, first of all, I'm not sure he took away that. I don't even know where to begin. It's very strange. They thought, you kill this one guy and now tomorrow it's a new country. I mean, it was very. I don't understand it. I usually, think it's ignorance or malice, but I think I underestimate ignorance at times. What they actually thought would happen after killing Khamenei. But regarding BRICS, though, I thought this was an interesting point, because this is, given that it's a war of attrition, it's largely a war of all or nothing. That is, the U.S. hopes, of course, it can knock out the Iranian government, and they can, maybe replace it with a pro-U.S. government. Otherwise, just destroy Iran, balkanize it, whatever it would be. This would also then weaken Russia, China. On the other hand, if the United States fails, you're going to see a much more strengthened Iran, locked in closer with Russia and China. So essentially, this greater Eurasian project will be much more powerful than it was before. But why is it then that you see BRICS being in a coma, and also the Shanghai Cooperation Organization? What do you see? Iran is now a member of both. How do you see the future of them?
Well, they didn't say anything. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they released a statement, a pitiful statement for that matter, when we see one of their full members being directly attacked. BRICS is even worse, because this is something, of course, that we had been discussing for years, the internal problems of BRICS. This is something that we discussed with the Russians a lot. And the Russians are always the agglutinators inside BRICS. Now, they are always bridging differences. But how can you bridge differences now when you have the UAE prodding directly the Epstein syndicate to go all out against Iran, full member of BRICS? When you have what India did to Iran, like a series of betrayals, everything, including the absolutely ghastly episode with the the ship that was invited for that show, and when he left Indian territorial water, was torpedoed by the Americans. And nobody knows for sure. It's still being endlessly debated if the Indians passed the coordinates to the Americans or not. There's a huge debate about that, including a lot of very well-informed and prepared people in India. And some of these analysts and scholars in India, they are absolutely appalled, embarrassed. And they said, look, we have no words to express to our friends all across the global south how Indian foreign policy is betraying Indian values. We are not that thing in government right now, but there's not much they can do. So the internal splits of BRICS are terrible. Brazil is a joke. I prefer not even to talk about it. And South Africa is irrelevant. So, we still depend on Russia and China. For the moment, two different strategies, but very effective. We all know how Russia and China are defending Iran diplomatically, including in the UN Security Council. There was a phone call between Lavrov and Arakshi yesterday. Very, very important. What was leaked from that phone call was the usual blah, blah, blah. But I'm sure they talked about very, very important bilateral issues, including...
Get tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150.
This backup short and long term. And China is also helping Iran diplomatically and, of course, with intel, both Russia and China. I wrote about this in some of my previous columns in detail, how Russia and China are helping Iran in terms of 24/7 intel, satellite intel. In the case of Russia, even better, those Shaheeds which went to Russia, transformed into Geranians, and then went back to Iran, and now they are in the battlefield, much enhanced compared to the original Shaheeds. Not to mention the famous Astrakhan-Tehran shuttle, where we have no idea what was inside those Ilyushin cargo planes coming from Russia to Iran in terms of hardware and software as well. So they got Iran's back. There's no question about that. But they are looking at the bigger picture long term. And they know that the only way to constitute the project that all of us independent analysts, yourself included, have been talking about and writing about for many, many years, Eurasia integration, depends on these three players, which happen to be BRICS and SCO, the three of them, Russia, China, and Iran. So they cannot possibly allow Iran to fail or to be dismembered or to be decomposed or to be blown up. So that's the number one thing. So this is what guides their strategic considerations in Moscow and in Beijing. On the nitty-gritty, on a day-to-day basis, it's fascinating because, for instance, the Russians say, look, the Iranians are not asking for anything, as they did not ask in the past, in the recent past. If they do, we'll be there. And of course, the Persians, as we all know, they're very, very proud. They would only ask if they are really against the wall, and they are not at the moment. They are controlling the narrative. They have practically all the cards in their hands, apart from indiscriminate bombing. All the other important cards, the Iranians have it. And the Chinese, of course, they are looking at a strategic partner, one of their sources of energy, one of the key nodes of the Belt and Road, the New Silk Roads. And of course, they do it the Chinese way, in ways that none of us see. But it's there, So this will be the future of the multipolar Eurasia integration world, depending on these three actors. And at the moment, we can say that BRICS is a non-entity.
Life
can change in an instant. In those moments, you need more than just an emergency.
Completely. I hope it changes. I hope the Russians could tell the Indians a few things in a run up towards the BRICS summit in Delhi later this year. That's a horrible year to have India as share of BRICS this year, because there's no trust on India from many of the BRICS nations. But it's going to be hard to come up from the dead. It's going to be very, very hard, very different. I assume you have the same point of view. So let me ask you, Glenn. Do you agree with this mini analysis at the moment, or are you more auspicious, or is it realistic?
Well, I was also, a bit shocked by the behavior of the Indians. That is the way they invited Iran to participate, and then in this naval exercise, and then see the Americans destroy the Iranian warship on its way home, and then not even being able to condemn it in any way. I thought this is quite shocking. But then on the other hand, you see now Iran giving access to India to pass, in the Strait of Hormuz. So it's I'm not sure if some of these things are able to be fixed. Also, the international north-south transportation corridor, the one running from Russia, Iran to India. At some point, this is just in the strategic interest of India to preserve. So if they don't develop this with the Iranians, then they're not going to be able to connect properly with the Russians, which means that the Russians would then be leaning even more into China. And I think it's the Indians' ambitions or interest to create a more of a balance of dependence in Eurasia, to make sure there's many centers of power that China doesn't become too heavy. And the only way you can do that is to diversify. So you need Iran. If you don't have Iran, Eurasia will be very, very China-centric. And this is why it's not in India's interest, it's not in US interest. So I don't understand this obsession with trying to disconnect this corridor. It seems very foolish. But my last question for you was about Azerbaijan, though, because I spoke to a common friend of ours, Professor Marandi, and he was making the point that it's very likely that at some point in this war, Azerbaijan will be pulled in, given that it's in the past at least been more than indirectly involved in the attacks on Iran. How do you see this? Do you see Azerbaijan being pulled in, but also what will be the wider consequences? Because if you look at the energy architecture of Eurasia, Azerbaijan has this little energy corridor between Iran and Russia. This is essentially what Europeans look to for diversification. Even now, they don't have Iran, they don't have Russia, they don't have the Gulf states. I mean, they can't live without Azerbaijan. So it's become even more sensitive now than it was in the past.
Absolutely. And of course, there is the BTS angle. No? 30, the numbers vary. It's between 30 something to 49% or so that of Israel's oil that comes from the BTC, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline, which is a story that I followed from the beginning when Brzezinski went to Baku in 1995 to sell the idea to the Aliyev clan. That's a very, very long story. And at the time, it was already the same story. We need to bypass Russia and Iran. So why not build a pipeline that's going to cost almost $4 billion? So that's what it is. But the problem is Aliyev and Erdogan, they didn't do anything to cut off supplying Baku oil to Israel. It's part of their shady, dodgy deals, Erdogan and Aliyev. Aliyev is a pure gangster, and Erdogan is a hedger. He's always hedging. Very, very, very complicated alliance. And from an Iranian point of view, they have to they do pay enormous attention to everything that they do in minutiae. They know that they cannot antagonize Turkey and vice versa. Erdogan cannot antagonize Iran. First of all, energy links as well, neighbors, and of course, Turkey still has in the back of Erdogan's mind maybe to be.
There is nothing like Sewell service. Sewell service is by far superior to
key Eurasia player. For the moment, they are not. They are not part of important, and they have their own strategy, which is something that it's. When I was in Istanbul, I went there, talked to them. They couldn't explain what they want. The famous, what's the name of this thing? Sorry, Glenn, it escapes me now. The Foundation of Turkic States, Organization of Turkic States. I'm sorry, headquartered in Istanbul. Basically, it's a real estate scheme of Erdogan's friends to build to have a real estate contracts all across Central Asia. That's essentially it. So it's not power projection, and in geopolitical terms, when you put Turkey competing with China and Russia in Central Asia, it's a joke. They don't even register, right? But the ambition is there. And of course, the relationship between Turkey and Israel, which is still extremely shady. Our friend, Professor Morandi, in fact, he talks about it all the time. His position is aligned, I would say, with, let's say, the ruling classes in Tehran, including military analysts. You cannot trust anything about Erdogan. And he's always playing a double game. It's true. He plays a double game with everybody. But Azerbaijan is very complicated. If they would be dragged eventually, assuming this war goes on, if they are dragged to do something and allow, for instance, attacks against Iran coming from Azerbaijani territory, they're going to pay a huge price. Because this is what happened during the 12-day war, and Iran didn't do anything about it. And Iran had full evidence that drones were coming from Azerbaijani territory to attack Iran. If that happens again, Aliyev is going to be in deep, deep, deep trouble, to say the least. For the moment, it's a wait-and-see thing, because they consider themselves, well, this war has nothing to do with us, and in the end, depending on how it goes, they may even profit from it. But nothing is secure yet. But I got an invitation to go to one of these forums in Baku. I'm going to take it because I would love to have this place these questions to these people on the spot, assuming they don't throw me in jail.
No, it's just too many. I always make the point with this war on Iran. I think the reason why so many American presidents avoided this, because there's so many uncertain, unknown, and uncontrollable variables. Like what's going to happen to Azerbaijan, if it gets pulled in. This is huge. This is going to change, part of it, not just the Eurasian but the European landscape. So it seems so reckless to have gone down this path. But I think for the Iranians, though, and this is the main miscalculation for the US, that Iran is not simply trying to get out of this war, get a ceasefire, so go back to normal. The idea that Iran, this is time to clean up, like after all these decades of sanctions, threats, attacks, proxy wars, it wants to settle some scores and do it on its own terms. So this was an easy war to start, but it's going to be very, very difficult to finish, because when it's over, the world will look very different, I think. So
completely. And you see, Glenn, a part of their, I would say, most the categorical imperatives of their list of demands: no more sanctions, meaning no more sanctions period, which is absolutely impossible, because these sanctions will have to be abolished by the US Congress, and we know this will never happen. Payment of reparations. This would never happen. Can you imagine the empire paying reparations to Iran? And for the Iranians, this is a matter of faith. It's part of their 3 or 4 top points alongside no more US military bases in West Asia. So the gulf, literally, metaphorically and otherwise, between both sides is unbridgeable. Unbridgeable. And there's nobody who could possibly mediate. The only possible mediator could be Russia. And this is something that what it was this, according to, if you look at what Ushakov did not say about the Trump to Putin phone call, of course they touched upon the subject, and Putin might have said to Trump, yes, I can be the mediator. All the players over there, they respect us. The problem is, do the Iranians want mediation? And for the moment, this is what we hear day after day from the Iranian leadership, including Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei. No ceasefire, no mediation. We're going all the way. And that's what makes it so volatile. No?
Yeah. Now, the only thing the US can do, it seems, is offer, a way out, a ceasefire, and to put pressure this direction, just escalate. But once they notice now that Iran can match their escalation, it's I don't see where this is going to go. It's again a foolish war to have begun to start off with. So anyways, Pepe, it's always good to see you, and I hope to see you again soon in person again.
In college, his policies toward the ongoing war with the United States. What can we learn from his understanding of the current war between Iran and the United States?
If I recall correctly, he studied economics as a young person, then at the University of Tehran, a very good university, in economics, probably the best traditionally. I think he also did his MA in economics, and I think then he went and did military college or that sort of thing. So he's highly educated. He fought as a volunteer in the war, and then joined the Guards and fought throughout the war. So he's a war hero. He's had key positions throughout these decades, and more recently, he was at a high-ranking position in the Expediency Council, which deals with all issues, literally, in the country, local and international. So he's a very good choice. Dr. Larijani, of course, is a loss. He did a fantastic job, but this is also a very good choice. I think it's clear that Iran's policy under Ayatollah Said Mojtaba Khamenei is that of continuity. It is clear that Iran is going to take a tough approach in this war. It will continue to take a tough approach. It's not going to accept any ceasefire, because a ceasefire basically means that Trump and Netanyahu will go back to the drawing board, rearm, and start killing kids again. That's not going to happen. So Iran is going to continue down this road and change the facts on the ground, so that the Persian Gulf region in future will never again be a platform to murder Iranians. The regimes, the Arab family dictatorships, if they last, they will have to. They can no longer be allowed to provide bases for conspiring against Iran. As we speak, Nima, this is thing that many people don't know. Qatar, the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, not only do they provide airspace, and that's what all of them do, and allow them to fire from their territory and use their air bases like Saudi Arabia does and Jordan does. But they also fund the war. These three countries, I don't know about Kuwait and I don't know about Bahrain, but the Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia fund the war. They pay the United States. They help. They give financial assistance for the war. That's what they've been doing since the beginning. So they have lots of blood on their hands, and they're aggressors. And in future, Iran is going to have to make sure that this never happens again. So the facts on the ground will have to remain as such that Iran's security is secured for the decades to come. Also, Iran will demand reparations, and it will get it from these regimes. This is not the first time that they've betrayed Iran. When after the revolution, when the U.S. encouraged Saddam to invade Iran, to invade our country, they gave him hundreds of billions of dollars to carry out the war. Those chemical weapons that the Germans gave to Saddam to slaughter so many Iranians, and I survived 2 chemical attacks myself, and many didn't survive. The money came from those hundreds of billions of dollars that these countries gave to him. So, and then General Soleimani, who was the great hero who stood up against ISIS and Al Qaeda, how was he murdered? The drone took off from Qatar. So all these regimes are complicit in all the actions of the United States. So Iran will demand reparations, and Iran will demand that its allies are not that aggression does not continue against them. The ceasefires against in Gaza and Lebanon are just fake ceasefires. They've been killing people during this last year on a daily basis. That will have to end. So there are key demands that the Iranians make, and until Iran feels that real change hasn't been brought about, it will continue to fight. Because, as I said, a ceasefire is useless. It will only give the opportunity to Zionists to regroup, to rearm, and to start all over again. So Iran is saying, we're going to finish it. Because 9 months ago, we defeated them. They begged for a ceasefire. Netanyahu, as we all know, he was begging Trump to save him. As Steve Bannon said, I heard him say it twice at least myself. So, even though they were defeated, in less than a year, they started another war against Iran.
Professor Marandi, yesterday, Donald Trump suddenly came out and he said, after issuing an ultimatum of 48 hours that he's going to attack the infrastructure, power grids in Iran, then he said he's going to extend that to 5 days because there are negotiations going on between Iran and the United States, and the negotiations are so positive and they're heading. What has happened, and what is your understanding of what Donald Trump is doing?
There are no negotiations, and there are no plans for negotiations. So that is just propaganda. He said this 1 hour before the markets opened, and he extended 5 days. And surprise, surprise, the 5 days ends after the markets close on Friday. So it's clear that he's trying to manipulate the market to keep the price of energy down. But there are no negotiations. Also, I think he's very concerned, fearful that Iran, if he starts targeting Iran's vital infrastructure, notice that no media outlet in the West is screaming that these are crimes against humanity. None of them. His opponents don't say that. And it just shows how corrupt the West is, how corrupt Western media is, how corrupt Western institutions are, how corrupt Western elites are. Just like now in Cuba, they're strangling the entire country and no one in the Western media cares because they have no humanity. The media is owned and controlled by the Epstein class, and these journalists, they're just tools. Just like the politicians are tools. There's no difference. Whether it's Venezuela or Cuba or Iran or elsewhere, Syria, or Lebanon. In Lebanon, they bomb apartment blocks, bring them down, and the media says they call them Hezbollah strongholds. Why? Because they want to help with the genocide. So the Iranians have not been negotiating. Trump, though, is fearful, perhaps, I mean, I'm sure he is, that Iran will retaliate if he does carry out these crimes. And Iran said it will hit back much harder. And Iran has already proven that before, because when the Israelis bombed the Iranian gas infrastructure at the South Pars gas field, Iran hit back, and it was done with full American coordination. I mean, when Trump says he didn't know, that's all nonsense. Maybe personally he didn't know because he was playing golf or something, or distracted by some woman. But without a doubt, the Americans knew. So when the Iranians retaliated, as they had promised, and destroyed significant parts of Qatar's gas infrastructure and the Saudi infrastructure and the Emirates gas infrastructure, then he backed down and he said, I didn't know about this, the Israelis won't do it again, but it's quite possible he still will do it. So right now, I think the reason why he extended this for 5 days is to manipulate the prices, but also he's fearful of what the Iranians will do. But there could also be a third element, and this is something that the Iranians take very seriously, and that is he's buying time to conspire against Iran, and he may want to escalate, whether in the Persian Gulf or by striking key civilian vital infrastructure, or both. But the Iranians are prepared. The Iranians have said that if he attacks and tries to invade the country, he will be they will defeat him. And if the war escalates in any way or form, Iran will escalate. And the irony is that, Nima, if Trump escalates, then that means that the oil and gas infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf will be destroyed. The tankers will be destroyed. So let's say down the road there's a halt in hostilities and Iran achieves its demands. There won't be any oil or gas or petrochemicals or fertilizers. And there won't be any ships to take those non-existing products. So it would just lead to an economic depression that would be far worse than 1929. And the world will say Trump did it. It will say the Zionists did it. Did it. This is not going to end well for Zionism, because the world sees this war as Joe Kent, in his resignation letter and in his interviews, have clearly pointed out, something that we knew. I mean, you knew this, I knew this, your viewers knew this, but this is an important document for history, that this war was carried out despite Iran not being a threat, despite the fact that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. This war was carried out because of Zionism. People, when the misery kicks in, they will be saying, they did it to us.
We are witnessing a total shift in the Trump strategy with this war against Iran. Is the war started on this premise of so-called regime change in Iran, and then it's shifting. Yesterday, we've seen how they're attacking the head of Iranian parliament in order somehow not attacking, it was some sort of attack, because they wanted to say that he's negotiating behind the scene with Donald Trump, he's doing something different and he's behind it. What are they trying to do? It doesn't seem that they totally understand what's going on in Iran, the unity that is shaping, that has been shaping and is getting stronger.
Yeah, it is possible, although it's so poorly done that it's difficult to be sure that he was trying to divide the Iranians or not. It's not going to work. Ghalibaf, who is a professor at the University of Tehran, I mean, it's very interesting. They always call Iran the mad mullahs and so on. I mean, Ayatollah Khamenei, both the martyr and the current Ayatollah Khamenei, both are high-ranking scholars. And the father knew 4 languages. The son, I know, knows 3. And a philosopher, a thinker, and literature, and I think I discussed this before. But Dr. Larijani, who was martyred, he was a professor at the University of Tehran. He was a professor of Western philosophy. Dr. Ghalibaf is a professor at the University of Tehran. I mean, the leaders in Iran are much more highly educated than Western leaders and much more sophisticated. But Dr. Ghalibaf is a war hero.
Yeah.
He fought as a volunteer when Saddam Hussein invaded the country. And he has the backing of the leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei. So no one is going to accept that the Trump narrative, someone who lies all the time and who even his tweets are full of grammatical and spelling mistakes. I mean, so this is not going to work, and the Iranians are going to continue until they feel assured that 6 months from now there won't be another war. A year from now there won't be another invasion. A year and a half from now we won't suddenly be waking up to see 200 little girls murdered in another school. That's not going to happen again.
We've learned yesterday that Iran, the United States, and Israel attacked some energy sites in Khorramshahr and Isfahan. How serious was that?
I don't think they were that important. I don't know the details, but I think it may have. Well, I don't think they were targeting any critical infrastructure. But Iran said that if any strike on Iran's critical infrastructure will be met with a much more severe response. So have no doubt if they did that. I mean, they did strike. They just today. I mean, your viewers should keep this in mind. Just today, they struck the border between Iran and Iraq. They bombed the government employees who are in charge of regulating the trade on the border. I mean, what sort of monsters do that? And remember, all of these strikes are coordinated. So customs officers, I mean, what crime have they committed? Or people who are just taking goods and buying and selling goods? And I may have said this on your show last week, I'm not sure, that a friend of mine, his brother-in-law is a businessman. He hired 2 truck drivers. I mean, the truck drivers own their own trucks to take goods from his city to another city, or vice versa. I don't know. They bombed them and killed them. 2 ordinary truck drivers. I mean, this is the viciousness of the Trump regime and the U.S. armed forces. They're a bunch of criminals. These pilots, they're like Zionists. They just slaughter and kill. They bomb ambulances. They do they've done many double tap attacks. I tweeted one of them. I'm sure you saw that woman who survived the first strike and she was filming and then she was killed. And this is evidence. This is clear evidence for people to see. They bomb demonstrations. People on the streets in their millions come out to defend the state, the armed forces, and they fire missiles at them. I was at one last Friday on International Quds Day, a day of solidarity for Palestine, on the last Friday of Ramadan. They bombed it. They killed a woman. They fired missiles at people. And no one budged. People stood their ground. I've never seen such a thing. I've never heard of such a thing in my life. There was no stampede. No one ran away. And it was documented. And Western media doesn't show it. Why? Because they're tools of empire. I mean, I don't know if you know, I think I told you. But right now there's I think 5 days ago roughly, there's a verified Twitter account that and with paid partnership. The tweet is still there. They're fundraising $1 million to kidnap me. And of course, that means they'll torture me and kill me. Of course, they'll murder me. Despite the fact that many, many thousands of people have complained, if anyone checks the tweet, it's clear, and so I. Musk refuses to remove it. His employees refuse to remove it. It's open warfare against people. They want to silence the resistance. They want to silence those who criticize the Western Empire. It's not just murdering little girls at school and blaming the Iranians. I mean, what Trump did was he tried to say that Iran fired Tomahawk missiles at their own school. And Western media didn't care. They don't care. And these are the same lies that we hear about Iran for the last 47 years. I mean, just like they send in those terrorists, they arm them, they create an armed uprising, 3,170 people are killed. Then they blame Iran. They brought in the terrorists. They slaughtered hundreds of police officers and volunteers on the streets.
When I used to think about taxes, I used to use a CPA.
You know, one of the police officers, as they were killing him, his wife called him, and these terrorists answered the phone and said, "We're slaughtering your husband. And slaughtering your husband." That's who these monsters were. And then they blame Iran. But young kids, a lot of these young kids who were fooled by the Western narratives, these, some went on the streets and got involved in it's not like that they carried arms like the terrorists, but they were on the streets misguided. They see what the West is doing. They see what the Israeli regime is doing. They see they bomb hospitals and schools, and then they try to blame Iran for, and so they're waking up to reality. So this is how the West works. I can be threatened. Not a single Western. I know many journalists, as you know. They've spoken to me during these 20-some days. They follow me. Not a single Western journalist has called me to ask me what's going on. Not a single person condemned this. Not a single person is investigating. No one in Western governments. That's just how it is. But of course, I'm going to continue to do what I do. When these young kids on the streets, they cannot intimidate them as they're firing when they fire missiles at them. I mean, who am I to go and hide somewhere when these teenagers are standing their ground against empire? So this is the reality of the Western Empire that we're experiencing. It's becoming more ugly, more unpredictable, more ruthless, but it is collapsing.
There are two articles in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times, both pointing out that Saudi Arabia and UAE are somehow, as you've mentioned, not facilitating their part of this war. And when do you see that moment the Yemenis and Ansarullah join the fight? It doesn't seem that Iran needs them as we talk right now, but do you see any time down the road they're joining the fight? We know that how fragile these governments are in their countries, and that could be some sort of regime change in their countries. I think that's a serious,
Yeah, of course. I mean, Iran didn't start this war. This war was initiated by Trump and his allies, just like the 12-day war. Iran does not want the Persian Gulf to be destroyed. It doesn't want the global economy to collapse. That's what the Americans and the Zionists are bringing about, because these elites in Washington are Israel firsters. They don't care about the U.S. economy. They don't care about the Indian economy or the Chinese economy or the American economy or the Brazilian economy. They couldn't care less. It's all for Zionism and the Israeli regime. They'll sacrifice America for Israel. Iran doesn't want escalation. Iran wants the Persian Gulf to be a center for commerce, trade, where people get better lives through business and trade and interaction. So Iran did not start the war, and Iran is not escalating the war. But if the Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime, and they're one and the same, there's no difference. If they escalate, Iran will escalate much further. And they've already proven this. When they struck the gas installations, the Iranians said, we'll strike back much harder. And they did. And there's a big possibility that they will escalate soon, whether it's targeting Iran's critical infrastructure, crime against humanity or whether it's engaging, expanding the war and bringing in Marines, either way, then Iran will escalate in a much bigger way than the US and the Israeli regime has. And they will destroy those assets, those oil and gas assets, and electrical power plants on the other side of the Persian Gulf. And then that's the end of Trump's presidency. Because we'll go into global economic depression. They will not be able to sustain the war. People in the United States will be up in arms. He will fail. I mean, it will come at a great cost, obviously, to the world, to Iran, but he will fail. So hopefully he will be convinced to go down a sane path, but he's not very sane or stable. So who knows? But Yemen, there's no need for them to engage now because so far the war has failed. But if it escalates, the escalation can lead to Yemen being directly involved. They've already said they're going to get involved. And the Iraqis are engaged, but they can go far further. Iraqis can sweep into the Arabian Peninsula. They can take Kuwait in a day, and we'll support them. They can go down south, and Yemen can go deep inside what is today called Saudi Arabia. I mean, after all, it's named after a family. Why would, do you think the Saudi people are going to sacrifice themselves for a country that's named after a family? So, I mean, the Emirates is like 1 million passport holders. What are they going to do? Saudi Arabia has already lost the war against Yemen, even though they had the entire region behind them and the world. 7 years of genocidal war against Yemen. The Americans blocked the Red Sea to impose starvation. The entire region, including Qatar and Turkey, were part of the genocide until Saudi Arabia and the Emirates turned against Qatar, and then Qatar tilted away, and so did Erdogan. But they had the entire world behind them, and ultimately, after 7 years, the Yemenis forced them to kneel, and they accepted a ceasefire after Yemen started destroying their key oil installations. Saudi Arabia and the other Arab regimes can no longer export oil from the Persian Gulf or gas. And the Emirates cannot export gas from outside the Persian Gulf. There's only Saudi oil that is going through pipelines to the Red Sea. That can be stopped at any moment. At any moment. And then the oil crisis is going to get much worse, even though it's getting worse by the day, because this shortage is accumulating. It's getting worse and worse. I mean, they're using different means to it's like aspirin, but it's getting worse, and they're not dealing with the problem as they should. And if they escalate, it's going to get far worse. So Saudi Arabia is very vulnerable. If they want to escalate, they will bring collapse upon themselves, because right now Iran is showing restraint. Again, Iran did not start the war. Iran and its allies did not want this war. But if the other side escalates, this side will escalate much further. And if the Saudi Arabia and the Emirates push harder, then that gives Iran the opportunity, and its allies the opportunity, to deal with them in a very different way.
One of the crucial points on the part of Iranians, which was mentioned by the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, then reiterated by IRGS commander Mohsen Rezai. He said that full compensation for all losses, one of the main points in this, which is somehow with the case of the Strait of Hormuz, it seems that Iran has each and every leverage to put pressure on these Arab states to pay for that.
That's right. Yes, absolutely correct. And I would advise your viewers, if they can get a hold of Mohsen Rezai's interview on Iranian television last night. If I saw parts of it translated, I think it's worth watching, because it shows how confident the Iranians are. Iranians, as I said, on the streets, people are on the streets, they stand their ground, the armed forces. I mean, Americans were saying after 3-4 days that they're running out of missiles, they're running out of drones, we destroyed all their factories, we destroyed. Well, then why is Iran hitting harder and harder during the last 7, 8, 9 days? It's obviously just propaganda. I recall reading that in Vietnam, during the Vietnam War, every day the Americans would give a sort of like death, an account of how many Vietnamese died that day. And then someone did a calculation. I'm not sure if this is accurate, but he added those numbers up, and it was like, it turned out to be more than the population of Vietnam. So they just make up numbers and say we're destroying. That's what they did in Yemen. Remember, every day Hegseth was saying we're destroying them, we've crushed them, we've done. And then Trump would say the same, and suddenly after 7 weeks, he said Yemen capitulated, I won, goodbye, because he lost. So yeah, this is exactly where we are today, only at a much, much greater scale than last time on. This is, Nima, this is truly catastrophic for the world, what Trump has imposed on the world. I mean, people still don't recognize how bad things are going to get. And there's no way that the Americans are going to be able to open the Strait of Hormuz and have oil and gas and petrochemicals get through. There's no way. He doesn't have that ability. He's just going to make things worse because he's a fool and because he's a gambler, and God knows what they have on him. I mean, I don't know if he's a very corrupt person. Maybe they've convinced him that he has some religious Zionist mission, or maybe they just have really bad dirt on him with little, I don't want to say it, or I don't know what it is, but he's, I think, he's wrecking the United States, obviously. I mean, the empire is collapsing right before our eyes, but they're lashing out and slaughtering people as they push forward. And by the way, Hezbollah is doing excellent work in Lebanon in punishing the Israeli regime. Remember how they were saying Hezbollah was defeated, and these haters of the resistance, I mean, they were gloating. Even like these pretend, these like Takfiri Wahhabis and Salafis who pretend to support Palestine, but they don't do anything for anyone. And they're back funders, which we know which regimes they are, and no need to go there. But they were gloating when Hezbollah gave all those martyrs, and like the government of Lebanon was against Hezbollah as they are now, but they still stand their ground against Zionism, and they were gloating. Now let's see them gloat. Look at how Hezbollah is hitting at the Zionist regime, even though the government is conspiring against them, even though Jolani, this ISIS and Al-Qaeda thug, is being encouraged to attack the resistance. But if he does, of course, Iran and the resistance in Iran and Iraq will destroy him. But the point is that everything that the West said turned out to be wrong. They said Yemen, will destroy Yemen. Yemen won the war. They said Hezbollah has been diminished and destroyed. Hezbollah is standing firm. Right now, the Iraqi resistance is basically expelling NATO and the US from Iraq. Iraq is finally being liberated. And then in the past, they said Iran is weakened, and they brought everything they have, and it's the fourth week, and Iran is.
This sucks. No, seriously, this thing sucks strong. Now you can stop worrying about choking emergencies.
Hitting them very hard.
Well, you mentioned the situation in Syria. It doesn't seem that Jolani going to be in a good position, because something is happening in Syria and the people are not happy with Jolani. If he joins the fight against Hezbollah, he's going to see some sort of resistance from within coming to. And the other point, Professor Marandi, is that Israel is talking about the Litani River is the new border of Israel. And while you see the government in Lebanon saying nothing of that sort, they're putting pressure on Hezbollah. But it doesn't seem that Hezbollah gonna bend under these sort of pressures.
Remember, the Israeli regime took Beirut in 1982. That's why Hezbollah was born. And in the year 2000, it was expelled. 18 years. This time around, it won't take 18 years. And one of Iran's demands will be with regards to its regional allies, whether in Palestine or in Gaza or Lebanon. The Israeli regime will fail. And already we're seeing on the battlefield, Hezbollah courageously stand. And they're surrounded. They're surrounded by ISIS and Al-Qaeda, these American agents to the east. To the north, they're surrounded by a regime in Beirut that is hostile towards them. To the south, they're facing this genocidal menace. The Mediterranean Sea, basically controlled by pro-genocide NATO, yet they're standing their ground. They are an amazing people. And they've done this. Remember, they started this resistance in 1982 to expel their country of the occupier. And during the past couple of years, they were fighting against the Israeli regime to stop the genocide. They were sacrificing their youth and their women and children to stop kids being killed in Gaza. These are the heroes of our era, whether it's the families of the resistance and the resistance in Lebanon, or those in Iraq or in Yemen, or these young men and women who, when US pilots, Israeli regime pilots, are firing missiles at them while they're protesting and standing in the streets in defense of the country, they don't budge. These are the heroes of our time. And if the West, if there was any real journalists in the West, they would write something about their heroism, but they're a bunch of cowards. As I said, Elon Musk allows them to use his platform to fundraise $1 million to kidnap me. Just because what? What am I doing? I'm just speaking out. I'm just saying the truth. They can't tolerate it. He won't remove it because he supports terrorism. And not a single journalist has contacted me. Not a single media outlet is saying, what are you doing? No one. That's how it works. And they've exposed themselves. But people are waking up. People in Iran, people across the world, they're waking up to the reality of this empire. And I think that is the best thing that has happened in the last 2.5 years. The last 2.5 years have been very painful for everyone to see the suffering and to watch the suffering. And, I mean, I've had so many posts moved from my Twitter account. Like I would post kids like when they would collapse the buildings in Gaza, you'd see the legs of children hanging out from under the rubble, but crushed. They're all dead. And then I wrote Western civilization. And then they would lock me out of my account and say, you have to remove this post. So I can't criticize Western regimes for the genocide in Gaza, but someone can fundraise, an organization, an Israeli-Ukrainian organization can fundraise to kill me, to kidnap and kill me, to torture me. That's how it is. But again, I'm not going to be intimidated because why should I? I can't. Why, when those young teenagers in Iran are not intimidated by US missiles, I have no right to be intimidated.
Yesterday, New York Times reported again that Pentagon officials are weighing the development of airborne troops to be sent to Iran, to be on the ground fighting Iranian. When it comes to the Khark Island, what is the assessment on the part of the Iranian IRGC and army if they go in that direction, or if it's somewhere else close to the Strait of Hormuz? What is the strategy? What is the plan on the part of Iranian to counter that?
Two things, Nima. One is that the Iranians will strike them with missiles and drones and other capabilities day and night. And they'll be vulnerable, especially if they go to an island. Especially Khark Island is very flat. I've never been, but that's how it is. They will fail. But more importantly, what will they achieve? They will only cause Iran to escalate. And escalation means permanent destruction. Why do they want the Strait of Hormuz open? To get their oil and LNG and so on. Well, if there is none, then the Strait of Hormuz is not of any use. Trump has, instead of being a sane actor, he's an insane actor. And I think it's because either they have a lot of dirt on him, or they've just convinced him that this corrupt old man can redeem himself by pursuing an ethno-supremacist policy in the region and to help the master race or the chosen people to just kill off the Amalek.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
I don't know what it is. But he's not going to succeed. There's zero chance of success. He's going to lose this war. And as I said, the Iranians are going to continue to fight until they're completely assured that there won't be another war again, for very understandable reasons. So attacking these islands will only make the situation worse. And as I said, Iran doesn't escalate. They are escalating. But Iran's response to escalation will be much greater escalation. And Iran and its allies have many cards to play with. The destruction of the infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf, permanent destruction, the tankers, everything, just end these countries, these regimes forever, for good. And then Yemen, Iraq.
That's a fact. No more Arab kingdoms if they play.
Again, the people around Trump, they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the global economy. They don't care about India or Russia or China or Brazil. They don't care about anyone. They only care about Israel and Zionism. And so that's why we are where we are. Otherwise, there's no logic behind the continuation of this war.
We had the American 2 aircraft carriers. One of them is far away from the Iranian coast. The other one is simply in Greece because they have a lot of difficulties, a lot of problems. And on the other hand, Donald Trump is asking Europeans to engage in a conflict, in a war in the Strait of Hormuz, because he wants Europeans to die for the agenda that the United States and Israel have against Iran. Do you think that the war because the escalation, you've seen the escalation, huge escalation happening right now, is somehow disappearing. Not only the 2 aircraft carriers, you see, as you've mentioned, the situation in Iraq, all these NATO countries withdrawing from Iraq, even the United States sending its troops to Jordan. These are signs for the Iranian army, for their assessment, for the ongoing conflict. Do you think that is going to be one of the assessments, going to be that the war of attrition is going in the right direction for Iran?
Yes, but again, the decision makers in Washington, it's not clear how sane they are. I mean, if they were rational, they would understand that, look, Hezbollah is hitting the Israeli regime hard. Yemen, we already lost them. Look at what's happening in Iraq. They're kicking us out of the country. And Iran, we thought it would be 24 hours or 48 hours, and they're hitting us back day and night. And the price of oil and natural gas and fertilizer and petrochemicals are going through the roof. You would think they would say, okay, let's cut our losses and leave and let's find a solution. But so far, they're not moving in that direction. Yes, they can kill more Iranians. They can kill more kids. They can make life, they can target Iran's vital infrastructure so that people would die, so that hospitals, like in Cuba, that's what they did. That they've done in Cuba. They've taken away the gasoline so that people will die in hospitals. That's what they're doing. It's intentional suffering, and Western media is silent about it. But Iran will hit back, and Iran will hit back so hard that the global economy will collapse. And the U.S. economy, bombs won't drop on the factories, but those factories won't be working anymore. Those companies won't be working anymore. There'll be a different world. So the devastation to the U.S. economy would be catastrophic. But again, we don't see sane people in the White House. And Trump, when he's talking about, Trump wants the Europeans, as you said, to die for America's policy, which is for Israel. The Americans are dying for Israel. The Americans are losing out because of Israel, and they want the Europeans to be a part of this. But didn't he just obliterate Iran already? He said Iran's been defeated. Now he's calling on everyone to help him. And then he says, well, I don't need them. But then he threatens to destroy the lives of all Iranians and obliterate Iran, mass murder, and no one in the West says anything. I mean, he talks about mass murder, and no one in the West says a word. And no major Western media outlet is screaming about this. Just like on Cuba, when the Supreme Court ruled against him over tariffs, he said that, well, he's complaining that you say I can destroy Cuba. I don't think he mentioned the country, but he was alluding to Cuba. I can destroy countries, but I can't put a single dollar of tariffs. No one said, well, what are you talking about? Why are you talking that way? Why do you talk about nations like that? No one said, because they're all like him. They may be more sophisticated in their language, but the New York Times is just as genocidal. I mean, after all, they supported the genocide in Gaza and the genocidal attacks in Lebanon and the illegal war against Iran, the unprovoked war against Iran. So they're not any different from him when it comes to morality. But in any case, the point is that we are not dealing with sane actors. And he is always lying. When he speaks about negotiating with Iran, he's just another lie. And he'll just go on to the next lie. And it's like when he said, I obliterated Iran, and then he's begging for people to come in, and then he threatens, he said, I don't need you, and then he threatens to kill destroy Iran. And then he backs down and says, well, we have these great negotiations happening. How can you negotiate with him? It's not possible unless the facts on the ground change, so that you know that in future Kuwait, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar will not be used as tools against your country. If the facts on the ground change, then everything changes.
We know that the war in Ukraine has reached to a point that Russia says no ceasefire. It seems that Iran is in the same position right now. They don't consider ceasefire as a viable choice for them. And how long, from what you've seen so far, how long does it take for the American to understand the situation, or the Iranians to achieve what they're trying to achieve on the battlefield?
I don't know. That's a very good question. But did you or I ever think that the proxy war in Ukraine would last 4 years? I didn't. I thought it would last a year and a half. When it started, I never imagined that it'd be over 4 years, and who knows how long. I don't know how much longer it'll last. But ironically, what the United States has done, as you know it better than I, is that they've empowered Russia. And they've made the situation in Europe even worse, because Europe no longer has Russian gas or oil, nor does it trade with Russia. And Russia's exports are going to earn a lot more money than before. So the war in Ukraine is going to get worse. But the Russians, as they rightly pointed out, that a ceasefire is of no use to us. We have to have a settlement. And for Iran, there has to be a settlement. And that settlement has to mean that the United States cannot just wage wars against Iran or its allies and get away with it. So the security structure in the Persian Gulf region will have to change fundamentally. And of course, there will be the constant compensation that Iran will get, and they have the Strait of Hormuz to use to get it. And this change will have to include Iran's allies across the region.
You mean the security architecture between Iran and the Arab states, without the United States
That's
and
right.
Israel being...
That's right. I mean, Iran has no problem with the Arab regimes, whether they continue to exist or new people come to power. Iran has no problem with them having relations with the United States or the UK, or with whom, whatever oppressive regime they want to be associated with. That's none of our business. But they cannot be platforms for war against Iran. That's over. That is the big mistake that Trump made, because now Iran is going to force this change. They can live their lives, they can do business, they can do whatever they want, but they can't be platforms for aggression. And no one in Iran, it's an insult, again, as I said earlier, it's an insult to our intelligence whenever the Qataris say, we're neutral. No, you're not neutral. You have all the blood of all these kids are on your hands, just as much as they're on Trump's hands, and the Saudis. And you're all foot soldiers for this Zionist project. Even though just recently the ambassador, U.S. ambassador to occupied Palestine was saying that, if they take the whole region, that's fine. And they're the most moral army, so when they take that region, they can slaughter everyone, and that's okay. Despite that, you still see Erdogan and Qatar and Sisi and Abdullah and Jordan and Mohammed, all of these regimes sign a letter not condemning the Israelis and the Americans for the war, condemning Iran for retaliating when these regional regimes are at the service of empire.
$1 a day.
What the fun?
Hey, I'm about.
That's this is the world that we live in, and Iran knows, therefore, that it has to create that change on the ground, because the neighbors that we have right now are not independent. They're all proxies and allies of the West. None of them are friends of the Palestinian people.
Yeah. We know that the other point in what Iran is demanding is all economic sanctions must be lifted. And it's not just about the United States, it's about Europeans altogether. Do you see a future in which Iran negotiating separately with the United States and then separately with Europeans without having, some sort of general talk with all the parties together? How Iran is going, because right now it's about the Arab states in the Persian Gulf, the United States, Israel is not part of any sort of concern on the part of Iranians, because Iran doesn't consider any sort of relationship with Israel. But when it comes to Arab states, the United States and Europeans, how does Iran see these all together? They see all of them together, or Iran is prepared to negotiate separately with these different parties?
No, these tiny family regimes in the Persian Gulf, they're not in any position to be at any negotiating table. At the end of the day, when the fighting stops and Iran achieves its goals and objectives, then of course you could. I mean, this is hypothetical, and who knows when this will be, but they will. They'll negotiate with the players, not with the minor proxies. But I think that after this war, if as things are moving, I don't think U.S. sanctions will be that important anymore, because the United States is increasingly and rapidly becoming a diminished power. I'm not saying it's going to collapse or anything like that. Well, of course, who knows? But I don't think they have the clout anymore to impose the sort of sanctions they were before. I think Iran is growing much stronger now, despite the war. And I think after the war, Iran is respected across the world. The people across the world are cheering for Iran and the resistance. You look across the Arab world, as they're striking these family dictatorships with all their media outlets, no one's buying it. People are cheering Iran on. People are cheering on the resistance, because they know that these are just agents of empire. They know these are not friends of the Palestinian people or the Arab people. They're proxies. And so the world is changing very rapidly. And of course, as this war continues, the war in Ukraine continues. And that is going to, I think, become much worse for the West too, because the West is focused now here, because of course Zionism is their everything. And so they're going to be suffering increasingly on the Eastern Front in Europe. They brought about catastrophe for themselves. They were at the height of power after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they, because of their neoliberalism and the empowerment of this Zionist Epstein class, oligarchy, and the destruction of the middle class, and their endless wars, and they've just, within 3 decades, they've destroyed everything. They were at the top of the world, and in 3 decades, they just wrecked it all.
Professor Maran, what do we know about the missiles that were shot at the Diego Garcia, air base, American British air base? Were those missiles Iranian missiles?
No. The Iranians have been very clear that they did not fire missiles in that direction. They don't have missiles with that range. And they did not attack Oman, and they did not strike Turkey. These were all false flag operations. So Iran did not say they did not strike Kuwait or Qatar, but they said specifically that these were false flag operations. And I think the first report that came out with regards to Diego Garcia came from the Israeli regime. How would they even know? They don't have, so yeah. I think it's clear that they were trying to raise tensions, and as they always do.
And the other point is the Iranian attack on Dimona. For the first time since this war started, Iran is hitting Dimona without receiving any difficulties from the air defense system of Israel. What was the main, because it wasn't just happening in the vacuum. We've seen an Israeli attack on Natanz in Isfahan and on nuclear power plant, then Iranian response to that. But Iran didn't hit the nuclear power plant. They hit somewhere else.
No,
what was the agenda? What was the message on the part of Iranians?
Yeah, my understanding, well, the Iranians struck a key research center and destroyed it. And apparently they also targeted their assets linked to their military nuclear program, and with great precision. And right now, Nima, the Iranians, they control the skies over Israel, over occupied Palestine. Their defenses are depleted, and they are stealing whatever they can. The Americans from Korea. I mean, they've hurt Korea. They've imposed air defenses on Korea that hurt Korea's relationship with China, and now they're taking it away from them. It just shows they didn't care about Korea. They don't care about anyone. They only care about this supremacist, monstrous regime in Palestine. So the Koreans should be thinking more carefully about the future of their relationship with the United States.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Marandi, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always.
This is very, very strong performance on your part today.
I'm trying to be a good student, View.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, you're my adopted Brazilian Iranian son.
Larry, let's start with what Donald Trump announced moments ago, or a couple hours ago. And he, after announcing the ultimatum for 48 hours, and we're going to attack Iranian power grid, he came out and said, Iranians are negotiating with us behind the scene. And here is what Donald Trump said. And we had the response from the Iranian foreign ministry. He said, that's not the case.
Right.
We haven't talked with them at all. Here is what Donald Trump said.
Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit. And I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too.
This is just amazing. This guy is amazing. You're understanding your take, Larry.
He's the ultimate, there's a saying in the Navy, you can't polish shit. Okay? You can like on brass, you can rub it and you get it shiny. You can take shit and it ain't getting shiny. It's just getting spread around. It stinks and it's messy. That's what Trump is doing. All Trump is doing is manipulating the stock market and the oil market. That's all. He's trying to keep the prices down. He's buying time until the Marines arrive. They're supposed the 31st MEU will get there on Friday, maybe Saturday. The 11th MEU, which comes out of Camp Pendleton, out of California, San Diego, they'll get there probably somewhere around April 7th. So they got about a 19-day voyage. So he's just he has no intention of a peaceful settlement with Iran, not at all. And the Iranians understand that. They're not fools. The fools are the American people who are sitting there buying this nonsense from him. But the fact that they've had good conversations, Iran's made it very clear what it wants. Now, one of the things I said was that Iran's going to insist sanctions be lifted. Well, guess what? Trump has lifted sanctions. I'm not sure all of them are off, but the major sanctions that were implemented, a whole list of them, he apparently lifted those. So that's a step in the right direction. But getting U.S. military out of the Persian Gulf, that's the next requirement. What's happening is there's been a major, you go look at the flow of aircraft, C-17s, dozens of them have been flying. So the air traffic going in, probably bringing, resupplies, number one, could be bringing some troops, but these are they're not flying in to withdraw personnel, just the opposite. So, Trump's a liar. Sorry to disappoint somebody out there that thought he could rely upon what he says. And we'll see what the stock market initially opened up about 1,000 points. And let's see if where it's headed. Yeah, it's still at 890. So, oh man, hey, victories and peace at hand. Nope. This is, the United States is going to continue to attack Iran, and Iran's going to continue to hit U.S. bases and the Israelis. Iran at least has a strategy that they're following, and they've got a clear plan. But Strait of Hormuz is closed unless you're willing to pay for your cargo in yuan. The Chinese are going to come out of this quite nicely. But this means countries like Japan, South Korea, Australia, Philippines, they're going to have to be making some hard decisions this week about, are they going to continue to use the petrodollar, or are they going to embrace the Chinese currency?
I used to be the best. I had it all. Respect, money, a happy marriage. You needed a foreign.
Yeah. Larry, you mentioned that they're sending a lot of, weapons or personnel or fighters to the region. What is the plan on the part of Donald Trump?
Well, right now, the 82nd Airborne has been activated. I don't know where they are located. Right, they're based at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. There have been word that they were being airlifted out over the weekend. For what the destination is, I don't know. But they're going to be in theater somewhere. I don't know if they're at Incirlik in Turkey or at Mawafaq base in Jordan, but they're moving forward. I'm not sure what they're intending to use them for. God hope that they're not talking about trying to do an airdrop onto Karg Island, because that'll be a massacre for the U.S. troops. But then you've got the Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 31st, which is based in Okinawa. So from Okinawa, here's an odd fact. If you got the Marines at Okinawa and then the Marines in California, so Okinawa takes a little over 2 weeks to get to the southern coast of Iran in the Arabian Sea. From California, the most direct route, believe it or not, is to go east. In fact, go down from California through the Panama Canal, cross the Atlantic, through the Med, down through the Suez Canal, down through the Red Sea. That's the fastest way. But I would assume that the planners realize that's incredibly dangerous, particularly given the attitude and statements by the Houthis that they're now going to close the Red Sea to maritime traffic. So they'll if they have to sail west, which will add a couple of days to the journey. So they're not going to be on scene for at least another 2 weeks. So Trump claiming that, oh yeah, we're having great talks. He's just trying to buy time to get the troops in there, because he has no intention of having a peace agreement with Iran.
Larry, I think the Karg Island is so. There would be some other target. I think that they're not going to go to the Karg Island. They're going to go somewhere else, because Karg Island is far away from the Strait of Hormuz, and there is no point of being there. Is a flat area. They can get hit without having any sort of air defense system, anything that protect them. That's the problem with Karg Island. And so what are the alternatives for the United States?
Well, there are no good alternatives. So you got to define, what is the mission? Okay, the mission at Karg Island would be pretty straightforward, that you want to interdict Iran's export of oil. Except the United States lifted the sanctions on Iranian oil for the simple reason that we need that Iranian oil on the market in order to try to stabilize the prices, because the price are going up, not down. It's up here in my neck of the woods. It's been up $1.10 since February 28th. Judge Napolitano was talking to him earlier. It's up like $1.25, $1.25 up there. So Americans they're getting pissed off, because it's now hurting them in the pocketbook. So if that's the mission, okay, that would make sense to try to get control of the oil there. But then you're just working you're then cutting off the flow of oil. Or if you take it and then say, okay, we're now going to ramp up production from Iran, not going to happen. Iran just they'll turn it off on. So they have a way to destroy, they'll destroy their own oil field before they let the United States control it. But even if Marines or 82nd Airborne are on that Karg Island, they are sitting ducks. They don't have an air defense system to protect them against the drones and the missiles that Iran would be sending in, repeatedly. So the other possible mission is to seize what's the name of the island? Is it Qasem? One of the islands there in the Strait of Hormuz. It's near the shore. It's a QUASEMH or something like that. Well, again, how are you going to get the Marines there? If these ships carrying the Marines and then putting them out amphibiously, they're going to be within 10 miles of the Iranian shore, and Iran will shoot them out of the water. So I saw another analyst suggesting, I don't know what the real intent is to land the Marines down around Chabahar, and that they can get on land there. For what reason? That's not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. That'll just create a target where the Marines will be facing drone attacks, missile attacks, and they occupy a pretty isolated region of Iran. Chabahar will be important in the north-south corridor once that's fully up and running. But as far as it's not a chokehold on Iran, it's anything but. So the missions on paper just make no sense, because what the United States needs is increased flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf and complete freedom of movement of maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, they're not getting that. And despite all the threats and the bravado coming out of the United Arab Emirates, oh, yeah, we're going to go to war with Iran. With what? I mean, come on. They remind me of just a fat, out of shape pimp. A guy that runs prostitutes. That's the United Arab Emirate. They are. They've created a Disneyland of sorts, where they got oil, they got gas that's exported, but they build up this mythical. I call it a mythical city, with Dubai, where you got all these wealthy people flocking. You got all these indentured servants out of the Philippines and Thailand and Indonesia that are there working to basically bow and scrape before all the white people. Now, some say, but they make more money than they would if they stayed home, so they're willing to put up with these conditions. But it's just, the trade at Ali. There's one thing United Arab Emirates has is this free trade port called Jebel Ali, and it's either the largest in the world or the second largest. There's no trade going on there, so all the economic activity that was consolidated that area, it's dead. Tourism, dead. Construction, well, there will be a lot of construction when they have to rebuild some of the stuff that's been blown up. But right now, the construction, the investments on that, the money's frozen. The financial services, those companies are pulling out. They said, okay, we're not staying here. It's too dangerous. So that's between the loss of oil and petroleum products being exported by Qatar and that service industry. That's 83% of their economy. How long can you lose 83% of your income and stay alive? It's not like they got ample savings. So the political situation with these Arab dictators, because that's what they are, whether we're talking United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Kuwait or Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, they're in trouble. And until the only thing that would save them is if the Strait of Hormuz was somehow magically opened and there was free movement of commerce. Well, that's not going to happen anymore. Iran's made it clear. You know what? We're gonna set up like a toll gate. If you want to come in, great. Going to pay a fee for access. Iran's going to recover money from what it's, it suffered losses as a result of this war. This is one way to obtain reparations indirectly.
Larry, one of the things that yesterday and even today, I talked with some informed people about the network of Iranian, power and gas. They have a very complicated, somehow advanced network of gas and electricity. That's why somehow it's impossible to destroy it if you go after that. This is the difficulty that Donald Trump is going to face if he goes in that direction. But on the other hand, when it comes to the Arab states in the Persian Gulf or Israel, that is totally vulnerable.
No, I mean, it is up to this point, Iran has avoided taking out those power centers. Again, I think it's more intent upon weakening the military, the military strength of those countries, as well as their ability to support military operations. But Iran made it clear: hey, if you hit us on our power, if you go after, if they, like, for example, if they go after Bushehr again, or Isfahan, then the gloves will come off further. I mean, the gloves are already sort of off. They're they're just systematically hitting targets in Iran, in Israel, and throughout the Persian Gulf. And supposedly we've destroyed. If you listen to Scott Bessent, we've destroyed Iran's missile capability. Well, I haven't done a very good job of it because they keep firing away at least three different waves per day, 3 to 4 waves per day. And that's been going on now for, 24 days into this?
Yeah. Here is, Larry, what Scott Bessent said about how they're trying to manage the Strait of Hormuz.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
Helping to fund a country that it's currently at war with, Mr. Secretary.
Again, Kristen, why don't we have good facts here? That Iranian oil was always going to be sold to the Chinese. It was going to be sold at a discount. So which is better, Kristen? Which is better? If oil prices spiked to $150 and they were getting 70% of that, or oil prices below 100, it's better to have them where they are now. And to be clear, we had always planned for this contingency. About 140 million barrels are out on the water. In essence, we are jujitsuing the Iranians. We are using their own oil against them. We have a much better line of sight, to be clear, at Treasury when this oil goes to, if it goes to Indonesia, if it goes to Japan, if it goes to Korea, we have a much better line of sight and are able to block accounts that the oil goes into. When it goes into China, it completely gets recycled. So to be clear, that 14 billion number is grossly overstated.
It's so
oh my God, we got Mr. Miyagi. Wax on, wax off. I jujitsu master. I throw you now. God almighty. I mean, Bessent's a joke. He lies. Maybe that's why Trump hired him, because he's a good liar. Well, actually, he's not even a good liar. They can come up with any rationalization or justification they want. So basically, his argument is this. We're making China pay more for oil, which China can afford, and we're putting all that money in the pocket of Iran, who we're trying to defeat. Oh, brilliant. Wax on, wax off, God, this is, the Karate Kid for stupid people. That's what this is.
Larry, there is an article in Bloomberg saying that these sort of, yes, sir, in the Trump administration has made this administration incompetent. And that's why the administration is not working the way it should. And this is growing to be one of the most important mistakes, one of the most devastating mistakes on the part of the President of the United States. It seems from the reports we've learned, the head of Mossad was leading the show, was providing information that Iran going to be over in few days and let's attack and go with that plan. And Donald Trump was somehow, and the whole administration, they convinced the Trump administration. Larry, the war is, the war against Iran is a huge miscalculation on the part of the intelligence. Who's responsible for that?
Responsible? You mean you got some notion that there's some accountability, that people come back and say, hey, you said this, therefore you're getting punished? Nah, there's no accountability. I've read a number, there are a variety of theories out there circulating about that, this is part of some elaborate plan by the United States, 5Ds, 10D chess. They're thinking so many moves ahead, and they're going to isolate China. And all I can do is discuss what I'm hearing from friends in the military who are involved with different parts of this operation. And there definitely is not, a lot of detailed planning and thinking that's gone into this. Much of it is also now being, they're scrambling, trying to figure out how to put out they've set the house on fire. Now they're going to figure out, hey, maybe we got to get some water or some fire extinguisher. It's taken on a life of its own. I do not believe that this is part of, that Trump's plan was to say, okay, let's get the Strait of Hormuz closed. Let's break the countries of Asia that are our allies, because the ones who are getting hurt most by the shut off of the oil, the shut off of the liquid natural gas, and the shut off of the fertilizer are countries that were normally considered allies, strong allies of the United States: Japan, South Korea, Philippines. They're the ones really taking it in the shorts now. But, it's hurting Cambodia, Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Asian countries. Think of this as a plague. The plague has infected them first. The infection is going to spread around the world. It hasn't hit Europe yet full force, hasn't hit the United States full force. Now, they're looking at it and said, oh, yeah, but this was probably a brilliant move. That's why Trump got control of Venezuela, so he'd have access to all that oil. The oil's in the goddamn ground. You can't get it out. It's not like the infrastructure in Venezuela for pumping the oil out is broken. They can get out a little bit, but not the volume that they need to replace what has been lost out of the Persian Gulf. And every day that goes by, there is no viable solution on the horizon. And yet, the traders on Wall Street, the people running the Western oil markets, they've deluded themselves. They've lied to themselves. They're listening to Trump. They think, oh, this is going to turn around. Things are looking up. There are great talks. There are no talks. Iran's not going to negotiate. Iran wants a victory now, and they're partially there. So for right now, the sanctions are lifted, but we're going to see if that includes if the United States starts attacking these oil tankers, which I don't think they will, because if they do that, then they're going to further exacerbate the oil shortage that's already affecting the world and put more money in the pockets of Russia. So Russia's doing fine out of this, and Western analysts grossly exaggerate China's dependence on oil liquid natural gas coming out of the Persian Gulf. It is not a it's like the interruption of that has a minor effect on the Chinese economy, not a major effect. The effect on the Chinese economy will come as the global economy, we're in recession now. Nobody will say that. Oh, they said, oh, this could cause recession. No, we're in recession. You just don't have the figures in front of you to say, oh yeah, that is pretty bad. The question is, how far will we fall economically globally to the point that it would be a genuine depression? I have to go back and look up what the economic definition of a depression is. But you're going to look at a significant contraction in global economic activity. Apart from that, the impact with fertilizer. So the existing fertilizer that's out there, the price of that is soaring. And so you say, well, so what? Well, like if you're going to need that fertilizer to plant corn, but in corn right now is, let's say that it's $100 a bushel. I'm just pulling a number out of the air. If your cost of manufacturing that corn, of growing that corn, your production costs have now doubled, at least with respect to fertilizer, but not just fertilizer. So the price of the fertilizers doubled. The price of diesel here in the United States is up at least $2 a gallon since February 28th. So all of a sudden you've got increased fuel costs, increased fertilizer costs, and then you're going to have to sell that corn for a higher price. And the good news is people will be hungry, so they'll need to pay the higher price. But it may not turn out to be economically viable for farmers. So, I mean, this has cascading effects that we're not even fully, haven't worked their way through the system at all. And so even if it's stopped today, and it's not going to stop today, it's not going to stop in a week. I think, I seriously believe this will go on a minimum of 2 to 3 months, and maybe longer, until the economic pain is such that the United States is going to be forced to say, okay, enough. We'll stop. Well, what do we need to do to get the economy back up and running? And you know what? By then, it may be too late for places like Dubai and Doha and Qatar. Those cities have been dependent on the flow of outside capital, as well as the flow of goods in and out. If they're not getting those goods, food is going to become a major issue. I don't know what kind of food reserves they have, but I guarantee you, whatever meat and poultry, those are being imported from other countries. They're not getting that now. So they're going to Doha and in the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, they're going to be running out of food, maybe in another month, as this continues. So Iran's negotiating leverage in this is not only strong, it's going to increase.
Larry, Pete Hexet shared a video of an officer showing that we are prepared to crush the enemy. We are all, the morale is high and everything is prepared to go. And the video somehow shows that it was an old video shared by the guy who was talking in that video. He's retired right now.
Yeah, 5 years ago, he left the Marine Corps.
Yeah, it's amazing. On the other hand, Larry, we've seen HuffPost reported that the U.S. troops are increasingly uneasy about Donald Trump's Iran strategy as the conflict enters its...
Wait. What was that word you used? Strategy?
Trump's strategy.
Good Lord, my man. What are you talking about? There ain't no strategy. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the article mentions that they don't want to die for Israel. That's the main point. And the interviews were with active duty personnel together with reservists. They're all pointing out, that the stress is going high, the morale is low, and they have doubts about the mission. What is the objective? Because they don't have a clear understanding of what Donald Trump is doing. This is the reality that Pete Hegseth doesn't want anybody to learn, to know. And who's going to represent these people in these days? I don't see the head of Pentagon going in that direction.
You know, as the war in Vietnam grew unpopular, and among the troops who were there, they had this phenomena called fragging, where the troops would kill their own leaders, who were, you know, the ones who were gung-ho at putting them into harm's way. We may have actually seen a variant of that with the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier. You know, when it supposedly the laundry room caught on fire, and it took them 30 hours to put it out. You know, our friend Andrei Martyanov, he did a great video reminding people of what took place on the aircraft carrier, the Forrestal, in I think it was 1967. And reportedly, John McCain was a pilot who accidentally fired a missile off, and it hit the deck, and it set the Forrestal on fire. And there were explosions and everything. But the crew put that out in 19 hours. And Andre was just saying that, you know, there's something about this story that just doesn't add up, that it'd take you 30 hours to put out a laundry fire. And so, you know, we're not getting the full story. This is much bigger, much worse than anybody can imagine. And now they're saying the aircraft carrier is going to be out of commission for 14 months. So yeah, there may be some serious morale problems. I know one of people that I've talked to are just saying they're just trying to tough it out. Hope we get to the end. It is particularly people don't understand that they got a variety of what are called crisis action teams. They set up an operations center, so those are staffed 24/7. They don't turn off. There's no days off. So you go in, the shifts normally would be like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, or 7 a.m, 7. But you go in, you're 12 hours on, and it's not just 12 hours because let's say your shift ends at 7, but the new shift starts at 7. So you have what's called a turnover brief. So at that point, they brief what happened in the last 12 hours and outline what's going to be doing in the next 12 hours. So by the time that briefing's done, it usually takes, anywhere from 15 minutes to a half hour. So you get off. So instead, of getting off right at 7, you get off at 7:30, and then, you drive, you commute home, and they get real tired and grumpy. Tempers start flaring. So I've been involved with exercises that went on for, 7-8 days on that kind of schedule. And, it does stress people out. So across the board, yeah, I think there's a real morale issue here. And because the question comes, what's the objective? What are we trying to do?
In the last 3 days, we've seen, a F-35, F-16, F-15 were hit by Iranian air defense system. And many of us would wonder if they are all destroyed as Donald Trump tries to put out. Yeah. So how Iran is capable of doing this? I don't know if you saw this animation, this channel that produces animation. It seems that it comes from Iran. The Iranians are doing this and putting out some sort of information about how they shoot this. They're talking about different missiles, air defense system. Here is one of these animations talking about hitting how the Iranian air defense system hit the F-35.
2026. I struck an F-35 for the first time in history. I am Midget, an Iranian short-range air defense system that utilizes infrared heat-seeking guidance. I do not use radar. I emit no signal. 2:50 a.m., central Iran. My infrared eye scanned the sky, silently. No radar emission. Then I found my target. I locked, I launched, and I hit. It took me 3 seconds to bypass the F-35 threat detection system. The USA spent approximately $400 billion over 30 years on the F-35's development. But that was engineered for radar, not for heat. One side spent $400 billion. The other side built a passive heat sensor on a truck, and physics did the rest. Over 20 countries fly the F-35. Every one of them is reviewing this footage. They now have the blueprint.
Yeah, it's a war tune.
Yeah,
it's a war tune. And what is your understanding of this video? It seems that they have some sort of information from inside Iran. That's why they're producing to show.
Yeah, no, they're correct about the infrared. Now, the missile did not hit the plane directly. Once the pilot realized that there was an inbound missile, they eject these basically flares that burn at a higher rate, that create an even bigger heat signature. And the missile impacted one of those, but it was still close enough to the plane, produced shrapnel that damaged the plane. And the pilot he was able to get out of Iranian airspace, because my understanding was he was pretty deep, and he was like over the middle of Iran when that happened. And he was able to get out and crash land somewhere. Plane's no longer, the plane is destroyed. It's done. But the Iranian air defense system, there's still parts of it active. They still have been unable to defeat these inbound, have a system capable of defeating the missiles, the Tomahawks and whatever, and the JASSMs. I wonder if at some point the Russians and Chinese are going to step in and try to upgrade that system and deploy their own personnel to try to help Iran fend off the West. This is escalating, despite Trump's claims earlier today that we're making great progress. We got agreement on everything, but like one or two things. Like, good God. I mean, he's lying. It's not true. And, so we'll see a whipsaw effect. The markets do well today until it's going to become clear that there is no agreement and Iran is not messing around. And, the price of oil overseas will continue to go up. We're gaslighting the American public right now. No, it's not bad. This will be over in a day or two. No, it's not. There's no end in sight.
It seems that, Larry, that what Russia learned in Ukraine, together with what Iran is learning right now, it's going to be hugely, influential on the future air defense system that all these countries will design, Russia, China, and Iran, because it would be an integrated air defense system. They're bringing different parts from Russia, Iran, from China all together to have a comprehensive air defense system. Mm-hmm. Is that going to be the result of this war?
Well, yeah, I mean, the air defense system, let's take the Patriot and the THAAD. They were premised on an environment assuming that you had like one, maybe two missiles coming in, not hundreds. And so the systems get overwhelmed, and the cost of those specific missiles are prohibitive in terms of mass production. When, let's say that you've got a ballistic missile, or let's just go with a geranium drone, and you're trying to shoot that down. If that geranium drone costs $50,000, $100,000, and you're using a $6 million 2 $6 million missiles to bring it down. So $12 million spent to take out a $50,000 threat. The economics on that don't work. And THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Missile, that's even more expensive. That's $12 to $13 million a piece. So, there's got to be a rethinking, because right now what they've got, Israel says it's multi-layered system. Layer 1 is the Iron Dome, and that was designed more for subsonic rockets. And then David Sling is the next layer. It goes up to another altitude, and then on top of that is the Patriot. And on top of that is the THAAD. Well, that system is basically now broken. It's depleted. We saw that in Dimona the other night. In fact, you could see there was still some air defense that was shot up, and you see it come up, and the other missile just boom goes down and impacts the ground. The air defense just completely bypassed whatever system was being fired at it. So I think the Russians and Chinese, now would be a time to start testing. They got you got another real combat environment. Bring in your system, see what you can test. Russia's got a pretty good system between the S-400 and the S-500. They've been pretty effective in shooting down most drones and missiles. Not all. There's no such thing as perfect in this world, but they've certainly been able to, defeat the significant attacks of drones. Israel cannot, and the United States cannot. And whenever you hear them say, "Oh yeah, we shot down 90%," nonsense. They're lying.
But the learning process is so important, Larry. I think, how they learn how to hit the targets, the missiles, airplanes. And it's a university for those people who are studying this sort of. And I would assume that Russia is there, China is there, everybody's there to understand what's going on.
Yeah, no, you get real-time intelligence based upon what's actually happening in combat. Again, Iran, whatever air defense system they had, has proven inadequate to preventing strikes with these missiles. A lot of the strikes have been carried out. They are standoff, so that they're being launched from outside Iran's border or barely inside Iran's border. But they're also the conventional attack on Iran. Oh, we're taking out their airfields. Well, Iran doesn't have a big air force, nor does it rely on its air force to project military power. Oh, we've blown up their navy. Again, Iran was not a blue water navy. They're not out extending their power via the navy. It's for defense, and so that's why you got the submarines and the maritime drones, the underwater ones. They got a whole. So what the United States is now attacking is not actually diminishing Iran's military capability. Those underground missile cities and storage facilities. Again, I don't think the West has a clue how many missiles, particularly advanced missiles, Iran has. And I believe that they are continuing to manufacture those. I don't know how long it takes them to produce different components, but it looks like they've been able to do that. So there is no immediate, it's not like they're going to run out of missiles next week.
Larry, you mentioned the attack on Dimona and Arad as well. 2 cities were hit by Iranian ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles. Right, it seems that they have sent just a single hypersonic missile to Dimona. It shows that they were somehow confident that the missile going to get the target. They're going to hit the target. Right. What is the understanding? Because Israelis, when you look at the Israeli media, they're somehow saying that they're investigating the case to understand what has happened. Why did they fail to intercept the missile?
Cool.
But is Israel, if the Mona can get hit by Iranian missile, so nobody has any sort of protection considering air defense system.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, the air defense systems don't work. They've got limited capability. And you've had Ted Postel on talking about this extensively, and he's got all the facts and figures. But, you know, all you got to do is watch the video, you know, that the one that did come out of Dimona. It was, you saw 3 or 4 air defense missiles go up, and boom, the other one, the hypersonic just blew through them.
Get tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150.
You know, this once in a while they get lucky, but again, there is a supply problem for particularly with Patriot and THAAD missiles. You know, I've talked about that before. There was not an unlimited inventory, and you know, frankly, a significant amount they've been depleted by what was sent to Ukraine and what was used up in the 12-day war last June. And now the intensity of we're going to day 25. So we're coming up on, you know, in about 8 hours, it'll be, you know, past midnight in Iran, and start at day 25. And Iran keeps, you know, they're like clockwork. They're launching missile strike after missile strike at targets in Israel and in the Persian Gulf.
Larry, what do you make of, you know, what has happened last night? The United States has moved its soldiers from Iraq to Jordan. And before that, we've learned that other NATO countries are withdrawing their troops from Iraq. What is happening? Is it something, you know, connected to what's going to happen in the near future, a confrontation between Iran and the United States on the ground, or is it something different and doesn't have anything to do with that?
Well, no, I mean, it's one more sign that the United States doesn't have control of the situation. They had to pull their personnel out of Iraq because otherwise they're going to be, we don't know how many have been killed or wounded. I've seen some videos online. I don't know if these are AI or if they're real, but one was out of Qatar, and it showed a strike with personnel in a courtyard. So we really don't know how many U.S. troops have been killed and or wounded. But yeah, they had to pull them out. It's not sustainable. The U.S. does not have enough military personnel to protect and defeat the Iranian supported groups that are attacking them. So, you know, finally, you know, 23 years after the invasion by the United States of Iraq, the U.S. is being driven out. I mean, it's another ultimate victory for Iran.
Is Iran planning for the monetization? You know, did they want to monetize control over the Strait of Hormuz?
Sure.
And how far do you see the United States gonna go against this sort of policy, and how successful can they be if they go against what Iran is trying to do in the Strait of Hormuz? Because so far we've learned from the Iranian officials that more than 20 countries are in contact with Iran to manage that, to pay, just to pass, and without having any sort of difficulties.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How do you see Donald Trump dealing with that?
Well, what's his leverage? Okay. The necessity of keeping cars running, keeping the factories running. These other countries are going to, you know, they're going to follow the money. And so what this means is that the dollar supremacy is in trouble. You know, it's just the economic in the international economic order is being reestablished. You know, it's not. It's the Bretton Woods system is dead. Trump's trying to keep it alive, and but you know now Iran really has acquired some leverage, and the game is going to heat up. So if everybody, you know, if you watch the Japan and South Korea start buying oil with the yuan, holy smokes, you know, that's significant. So that's what we need to focus on to see what's actually happening with, you know, who's doing what with financial transactions here.
Yemen is prepared, Larry. They announced that they're prepared to join the fight. But so far, we haven't seen anything coming from Yemen.
Yeah.
What would be the conditions under which they're going to join?
Yeah. If I think they're going to see if there is an attack on the Iranian power grid, then at that point they will shut down the Red Sea. So far, that hasn't happened. I think you know the Houthis they're biding their time for now. I don't see them as you know wanting to expand the war just yet. So and they'll see also if what Saudi Arabia does actually. You know, Saudi Arabia talks a good game, is threatening to do a variety of things, but so far it hasn't actually launched attacks on Iran. I think if Saudis launch attacks on Iran, then you're going to see the Houthis as well start hitting Saudi Arabia with missiles from the south.
Are we getting to a situation in which all these Arab states don't matter anymore to both parties, to Iranians and to the United States?
Yeah, well, that's where the Gulf Arabs they're on the road to irrelevancy. You know, their ability to supply oil and, excuse me for a second, oil, liquid natural gas, the fertilizer, the chemical industry, that made them important. Well, that's gone away. And a lot of that's not, it's not a simple matter of like flipping a switch and it's going to get turned back on and they're going to be back in business. So the three countries that are have the least cushion to absorb this shock are Bahrain and Qatar and United Arab Emirates. Qatar in particular is, you know, they've been basically the house slave of the United States, and they've been, you know, they've made a bad bet. They sort of, you know, you're not supposed to put all your eggs in one basket. Well, they put all their eggs in the basket, and now their finances are they're drying up. They're not. The longer this war goes on, the more the economic damage is done to these. What are essentially these are autocratic regimes, you know, family-based, tribal-based. They don't enjoy any kind of popular support. So we have yet to see the full effect of what's happened to these countries, because you know Dubai in particular has become sort of this. You know, it had become a center attracting lots of money and lots of foreigners. I mean, hell, even Tucker Carlson was talking about buying a condo in either Qatar or United Arab Emirates. I don't think he's going forward with that purchase now, because, you know, you want to sit there and dodge missiles, and the infrastructure is not going to. They're not going to be able to sustain it. So we're on sort of the precipice. If the United States and Israel, and you can't rule out that Israel may try to go ahead and attack the power grid in Iran. And as you noted earlier, it's fairly decentralized. However, if it is attacked in any form or fashion, Israel's going to be the big target. Iran's going to then wipe out, destroy the power grid in Israel. Much easier to do.
Not only power grid, desalination, everything, Larry.
Yeah. So up to this point, Iran's avoided taking that step. But if Israel and the United States persist in these attacks that are killing civilians, I think that Iran's going to in a position to escalate and make the United States pay a terrible price.
Yeah. Larry, here is what Donald Trump said about managing the Strait of Hormuz.
They have. Thank you.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By whom?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime.
So this is.
Yeah, I mean, the guy.
It's getting. We have to laugh, just in. Avoid crying.
His ignorant. People. There are some out there, without mentioning names, who insist that this is some sort of theater by Donald Trump, that he's not really this stupid. No, he really is this stupid. He is this detached from reality. This is not some master plan that he has in place to remake the world. They did plan this in advance, that they thought that they could pull off this regime change in Iran, and the color revolution attempt that started on December 28th and went through, say, January 10th. That was a precursor, but they continued to move for this attack that took place on February 28th. Was planned in advance. It wasn't just, they didn't decide upon it in just a couple of weeks. But what they counted on was that they were going to be able to actually get a regime change, that they really did believe that the Islamic Republic was extremely unpopular, and that if they just killed the top level people, that the majority of the Iranian population would rise up and establish a democracy or something. Well, it didn't happen. And now the United States and Israel are caught. They're trying to figure out, okay, how do we exit this? And how do we, because they've got to, they want to reset the chessboard, as it were. So they've sort of lost this match. So they now need to reestablish the chessboard, because they're not backing away from their goal of destroying Iran. They want a regime change, somebody in charge of running the government and the military and the economy in Iran that is going to be subservient to the West. They think they can really pull that off. And so that's what they're looking to get, is a pause. I think Iran understands that, and they're not going to take their foot off the throat of the West. They now basically, if the West is going to destroy Iran, Iran will destroy the global economy that the West depends on. It will, it won't be universal. Russia's going to do fine out of this. China actually do pretty good. But there'll be a number of other countries that are going to suffer greatly. And Iran's just basically going to get the message. If you align yourself with the United States and Israel, you're going to suffer as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Larry. And we're going to meet again on Friday.
Yes.
Let me take you back to February 28th this year, a date that will likely be written in blood and fire in the history books. In a coordinated, brazen act of aggression, the United States and Israel launched a massive military operation against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in the heart of Tehran, they committed an act so heinous, so beyond the pale of any civilized behavior, that it has fundamentally shifted the balance of power in the region. Reports confirmed that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and members of his family were assassinated in what Russian President Vladimir Putin immediately condemned as a cynical violation of all norms of human morality and international law.
Russia has effectively broken through the sanctions wall and dispatched 13 tons of humanitarian medical aid to Iran.
Sources tell CNN that Russia is aiding Iran's war effort by providing intel on U.S. military targets.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has issued a stark warning about growing military cooperation between Russia and Iran amid the escalating conflict in the Middle East.
The White House, in its infinite arrogance, tried to justify this state-sponsored terrorism by citing baseless claims of missile and nuclear threats. But let's be clear about what this really was. A desperate attempt by a dying empire and a rogue apartheid state to decapitate one of the last bastions of resistance in West Asia. And in doing so, they have awoken a sleeping giant. While the world watched in horror, the Kremlin didn't just offer words of condolence. They activated the gears of a massive military machine. Russia is now funneling an unprecedented arsenal of weaponry to Iran, not just through traditional routes, but through a meticulously planned logistical pipeline running through Tajikistan, a move that completely exposes the lie of American sanctions and their so-called maximum pressure campaign. This isn't just about supplying weapons, it's about ensuring the survival of the Iranian state and its leadership against the Zionist American onslaught. Moscow has essentially drawn a red line in the sand, declaring that the fall of Tehran is non-negotiable, and they are putting their most advanced military hardware on the line to prove it. As we speak, heavy cargo planes are landing in Iran around the clock. This is 24 days into a conflict that Iran has made crystal clear will not end until the Israeli terrorist entity is humiliated and forced to pay reparations for the utter destruction they have wrought. We have learned that Russia is deploying its most sophisticated air defense systems to the Islamic Republic, specifically the S-400 and components of the S-500, alongside a staggering $589 million deal for Verba man-portable air defense systems, MANPADS. This contract, signed in Moscow back in December of 2025, involves the delivery of 500 launchers and 2,500 9M336 missiles designed to systematically shred the low-altitude cruise missiles and drones that the U.S. and Israel rely on for their cowardly airstrikes. This is not just a strategic partnership. This is a full-blown military alliance. And the linchpin of this operation? Tajikistan. The relationship between Tehran and Dushanbe has deepened into a critical military and economic axis. Iran and Tajikistan have been publicly stressing the need to boost military cooperation and fight against terrorism. But behind closed doors, Russian cargo planes are using Tajik airspace and bases as a forward operating hub to offload sensitive military cargo, missiles, guidance systems, and armored vehicles before they are transferred to Iran. This is a masterclass in geopolitical chess. By using Tajikistan, Russia bypasses the Caspian Sea bottlenecks and creates an overland route that is far more difficult for Western intelligence to interdict. Tajikistan, with its deep cultural and linguistic ties to Iran, views the survival of the Islamic Republic as essential to its own security. If Iran falls, Tajikistan faces a potential flood of instability spilling over its borders. So, Dushanbe is not just a transit point, they are a willing and active participant in this logistical miracle, ensuring that the Iranian military gets the tools it needs to obliterate the invaders. Before we go deeper into how this will reshape the battlefield and what surprises Russia still has up its sleeve, I need to ask you for something. If you support honest journalism that tells you the truth about who is really destabilizing our world, I need you to engage with this video. Smash the like button. It helps us reach more people who are tired of the mainstream lies. Leave a comment, even if it's just a dot. Or better yet, let the world know what you think about these American and Israeli war crimes. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. We are one of the few voices left willing to speak truth to power without the filter of Western propaganda. Your subscription ensures we can keep bringing you the facts they don't want you to see. Do it now. Now, let's talk about why this is happening and why Vladimir Putin is absolutely unwilling and unable to let the Iranian regime fall. From a geopolitical standpoint, Iran is Russia's southern shield. If the United States and Israel succeed in dismantling the Islamic Republic, they would establish a crescent of control stretching from the Mediterranean to Central Asia, completely encircling Russia. Putin knows that the fall of Tehran would embolden Chechen and Dagestani separatists, destabilize the Caucasus, and hand the U.S. a permanent foothold on Russia's soft underbelly.
Jen Spark, give me the day off. I'm skipping work today. You should too, Stu.
Underbelly. Moreover, the strategic partnership treaty signed between Moscow and Tehran in January this year contained a critical article, a clause that binds them to prevent any rupture and to ensure the victory of the enemy does not occur. Well, the enemy thought they could deliver a knockout blow by assassinating the leadership. Instead, they activated this mutual defense clause in real time. Russia is now doing exactly what it promised, ensuring the Iranian military and its leadership structure do not collapse. Moscow is providing intelligence, electronic warfare support, and heavy weaponry to stabilize the front lines. They are essentially backstopping the entire Iranian defense apparatus, ensuring that the chaos and the vacuum that the Americans hoped for never materializes. If you think the Americans and Israelis are winning, you haven't been paying attention to what just landed on the tarmac in Tehran. And this is where the story takes a terrifying turn for the aggressors. There are credible reports and intelligence suggesting that Russia has not just sent air defense systems to Iran, they have deployed the Oreshnik missile. This is the intermediate-range ballistic missile that Russia used against Ukraine, a weapon designed to penetrate the deepest, most fortified bunkers. And now, Iran has either been supplied with this system or, as some military analysts are suggesting, has operationalized its own heavy version of it, the Khorramshahr 4, which is essentially an Iranian-made heavy Oreshnik. This changes everything. The Oreshnik is a hypersonic weapons system that can travel at speeds exceeding Mach 10. The American and Israeli air defense systems, the vaunted Arrow, the Patriot, the THAAD, are not designed to intercept this. They simply cannot track something moving that fast with the terminal velocity of a meteor. Imagine the implications for the American bases scattered across the region. Right now, U.S. Central Command has assets in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, Qatar, and the UAE. The Oreshnik can reach all of them. It doesn't need a massive launch complex. It can be fired from mobile launchers hidden in the mountains of Iran. We are talking about the ability to destroy the runways at Al Udeid in Qatar, to level the naval facilities in Bahrain that house the U.S. Fifth Fleet, to turn the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan into a crater. But more importantly, for the first time, the Zionist entity is within range of a weapon they simply cannot stop. The Oreshnik can be programmed to hit Ben Gurion Airport, the Nevatim Air Base where the F-35s that bombed Iran are stationed, and the critical infrastructure deep within the occupied territories. The equation of this conflict has just been rewritten. The days of Israel launching airstrikes with impunity are over. If the Iranian military decides to deploy this weapon, they can dismantle the Zionist war machine in a matter of hours. And make no mistake, after the assassination of their leadership, the patience in Tehran is measured in negative numbers. Now, let's get into the details of how this Russian support is fundamentally altering the balance of power. The intelligence that is coming out of pro-Iranian sources and military analysis circles indicates that the Russian logistical funnel is working at a rate we haven't seen since the Cold War. Reports from Iranian news agencies and military sources indicate that the strategic agreement is being implemented to its fullest extent. The Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Treaty, signed by Putin and Pezeshkian, was supposed to cover trade and military cooperation. But in the crucible of war, that military cooperation has transformed into direct intervention. The cargo planes landing in Tehran are not just carrying Verba man-pads, they are carrying electronic warfare suites that can blind American satellites, advanced radar systems that can detect stealth aircraft, and, crucially, the components for the S-500 system, which is capable of intercepting ballistic missiles in the upper atmosphere. The role of Tajikistan here cannot be overstated. This is a country that is often overlooked, but it is the pivot point for the entire Russian supply chain.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
The economic relationship between Tehran and Dushanbe has exploded. They are looking to strengthen mineral cooperation and have held joint consular meetings to smooth over any bureaucratic hurdles. Why? Because the Russians are using Tajikistan to launder the weapons shipments. It's not just about flying over, it's about using the Tajik-Iranian border as a transfer point for armored vehicles like the Spartak, attack helicopters like the Mi-28NE, and these missile systems. This gives Moscow plausible deniability while simultaneously hardening Iran's defenses. The Americans can scream about sanctions all they want, but their sanctions on Russia and Iran have failed utterly. They are impotent. They can't stop the flow of weapons through Central Asia because they have no leverage there. The countries of Central Asia, including Tajikistan, have watched the US abandon Afghanistan, and they have no intention of being the next sacrificial lamb on the altar of American foreign policy. They are hedging their bets, and right now, the Russian-Iranian axis is the winning bet. From a geopolitical analysis standpoint, what we are witnessing is the death of the unipolar world order. The United States and Israel thought they could decapitate Iran with a surgical strike, install a puppet regime, and walk away. They miscalculated. They underestimated the resilience of the Islamic Republic, but more importantly, they underestimated the strategic depth that Iran has built with Russia. Putin understands that if the Islamic Republic falls, Russia loses its influence in the Middle East entirely. It would be a humiliation that would invite NATO aggression on his own borders. So, what can Russia do to prevent the fall of the Iranian leadership? We are already seeing it. They are providing over-the-horizon intelligence. Russian satellites are tracking the movements of American naval assets in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea and feeding that data directly to Iranian command centers. But there's more. If the regime in Tehran were to be truly threatened, if the enemy were to push toward the capital, Russia has the capability to deploy little green men, similar to what they did in Crimea, to secure key infrastructure. They could also launch electronic warfare attacks from their own territory to jam the communications of American and Israeli strike packages. So, as we look at the current state of affairs, it is undeniable that the United States and Israel have walked into a trap of their own making. They believed the lies of their intelligence agencies that Iran was isolated. But Russia has shown that true partnership means being there when the bombs are falling, not just signing pieces of paper. The deployment of the Oreshnik to Iran, the massive arms deliveries through Tajikistan, and the deployment of advanced air defense systems mean that Iran is now a fortress. The window for the United States and Israel to achieve their objectives has closed. They can no longer bomb Iranian infrastructure without facing catastrophic retaliation. The phrase "Israel is trapped" is not just a headline, it is a reality. They are trapped in a geography that is now ringed by hypersonic missiles they cannot intercept. We will continue to track these developments and bring you the updates as the situation evolves.
Our next story is about Iran's naval strategy. For days, we've been telling you that the Strait of Hormuz has been under threat. Ships have been attacked, seafarers have been killed, and thousands of crew have been stranded. But Iran is now adding another weapon to this war. It's called the Midget submarines. They're small, silent, and very hard to detect. The idea itself is not new, though. Midget submarines have been in existence since the Second World War, but in this war, their one specific capability has brought them into the limelight. And that is laying underwater mines. Even a few mines in the Strait of Hormuz can halt shipping for days. Our next report has more.
Beneath the Strait of Hormuz, something is moving, and it isn't a tanker. The war in West Asia has already reshaped these waters. The skies have seen missiles. The surface has seen strikes. And traffic through one of the world's busiest oil routes has dropped sharply. But there is another threat now taking shape. Not in the skies or the surface, but underwater. Iran's Midget submarines. They are small, quiet, and in the shallow, crowded waters of Hormuz, very difficult to find. At first glance, they do not compare to the giants of naval power. Take the United States Ohio-class submarines, for instance. These are massive, nuclear-powered, can stay submerged for months, and carry long-range missiles across oceans. Midget submarines are totally the opposite of that. They are built for short missions. They operate close to shore and rely on stealth, not scale. That difference matters in the Strait of Hormuz. This waterway is narrow. Shipping lanes are tightly packed here, and the seabed is quite shallow. That makes it difficult for large submarines to maneuver freely. For a midget submarine, those same conditions are an advantage. Iran has built its naval strategy around this geography. For years, it has studied and trained crews specifically for this environment. It operates the Ghadir-class midget submarines. These are designed for coastal operations. They can lay underwater mines, launch torpedoes, and target commercial or military vessels at close range, all while staying difficult to detect. Tehran reportedly has up to 10 Ghadir-class midget submarines. Yet the concept itself is not new. Midget submarines have been used for decades. They were deployed during the Second World War for covert attacks. The idea is simple: stay hidden, strike suddenly, and vanish before a response can be mounted. That thinking fits into Iran's broader approach. It does not aim to match the United States Navy ship for ship. Instead, it focuses on asymmetric warfare. That means using smaller, cheaper tools to challenge a stronger force, to stretch its resources, and to raise the cost of every response. This playbook is already in motion, with drones, with fast attack boats. Now it has moved underwater. Washington has targeted parts of this network, but many of these systems are decentralized. They are designed to survive. Small vessels can launch from hidden coastal points, and midget submarines remain difficult to eliminate. For the United States, this creates a new challenge. Detecting a large submarine in open water is one thing. Finding a small one in a shallow, crowded corridor is another. Even with advanced surveillance, detection becomes harder. And in an active conflict, that risk is immediate. Because experts say the real danger may not be torpedoes, it is mine laying. Even a small number of naval mines can halt shipping for days or weeks. Clearing them is slow, complex, and risky. Nearly 1/5 of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption here does not stay local. It spreads across global markets. So, in these waters, Disruption does not need to be massive. It only needs to be precise. And sometimes, the smallest threat can have the biggest impact.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news? From battlefields to negotiation tables, from internet.
Laid his ultimatum to the Iranians and said, hey, I'm going to give you more time. Instead of having this big strike on Monday night, he said, how about 5 more days? Because there's some good signs diplomatically and that there's maybe the Iranian side is going to listen to us. So let's see if we can figure this out before we have to go any further down the road to war. Now, the people in his orbit in the Western media have been really doubling down on supporting everything President Trump has said and telling everybody, don't listen to anything that anybody else says, especially the Iranians. Everything they say is a lie. So just listen to us right here. Well, meantime, there were some other things that went along with this delay in the ultimatum that was given. And one has to wonder, was this part of the plan? There was a trade made right before all these drops came, and it's happened at 7:30 a.m., 7:23 a.m. to be specific, on Monday morning when President Trump changed his mind. To try to figure out what's going on with all this and where is all this headed and what can we expect as a result, we have Colonel Douglas McGregor back with us, defense and foreign policy analyst, former advisor to the Secretary of Defense, highly decorated combat veteran, and big-time friend of the show. Doug, welcome back as always.
You never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you, not only the door that you enter into the building, but your door.
Good to be with you.
Well, listen, let's just jump right into the elephant in the room, because there's a lot of things we have to discuss today. But I think that too few people are paying attention to a monster deal that just kind of got a little bit of news. Gary had the headline up there a minute ago, but it's almost been subsumed with all this talk about where the war is going and what may happen on Friday, et cetera. And I don't want to run too far past this too quick. Oil traders bet millions minutes before the Trump's Iran talk postponement was initiated, making it pretty clear that somebody knew what was coming and was prepared to economically benefit. What can you tell us?
Well, I think we have to understand that we're dealing with Hunter Biden levels of corruption now in the Trump White House. Let me explain why. You put the oil trade up there. There was a bet that the price of oil would tank. And that was a bet of about 150 million. Another bet was placed that the market would lift, in other words, rise dramatically. That was a $1.5 billion bet. Now, whenever you bet in the market, which is effectively what it's about, it's a big casino. For those who are only in it for casino purposes, as opposed to others that draw income from it over time. What we need to understand is that you bet less on the downside and bet more on the upside. So the $150 million bet paid off because somebody within 3 or 4 minutes of President Trump's announcement knew what President Trump was going to announce. The same thing was true for the 1.05 billion bet that you've got up there now. Both of these bets paid off handsomely. Now, who in the White House could possibly have known, and who in the White House has access to that kind of capital that could have a stupendous impact on profits? Well, I'll let everybody in the audience sort of let that sink in, think about it, and understand that in a normal setting, were this to happen, I would say 50 years ago, 100 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago, the Attorney General would be sitting at his desk or her desk and receive a note saying, we have witnessed this unnatural market behavior that's resulting in mega profits. And it all seems to come right before the president makes an announcement. we feel this justifies an investigation. Well, I don't think with Pam Bondi in there's any chance of that investigation happening on the executive side. Now, then the question is, well, what about Congress? Will someone in Congress stand up and say, look at this, this is outrageous? Maybe, but it's unlikely that it will gain much traction because the population of people that sit on the Hill in Congress are busy with insider trading. In other words, everyone in Washington is profiting one way or another from the disasters that are unfolding in front of us on the Hill and here, in the Middle East and here at home. So I really, really want the MAGA crowd to pay attention to this because they've been taken in badly by this president, misused, abused, and exploited. They need to wake up and understand the kind of Hunter Biden level of corruption that they're dealing with in the Trump White House.
And the question's got to be, and that headline Gary had up there a second ago talked about, this is not the first time this has happened. There's been a number of times where pronouncements made by the White House had this mysterious market trading where somebody made millions of dollars, and yet I haven't seen a single investigation at all so far, to your point exactly. And it just looks like this has become some kind of legalized, I don't know if extortion is the right word, but certainly corruption. But it's not hidden, though. That's the thing. This is out in the open. I mean, what can happen? What can anybody do to try and bring some accountability or at least shine a light on what's actually going on and who is benefiting?
Well, this really reflects a level of contempt for the masses of American citizens who are struggling to make ends meet. You have to stop and consider that. You're talking about people in the White House, many of whom are billionaires who have access to this kind of capital, along with, I would imagine, brigades of attorneys to protect them from prosecution. And they're exploiting their position to enrich themselves. I think their attitude is, well, that's what we do. That's how we got to be billionaires. We didn't all sit around in New York City and twiddle our thumbs. So I think that's part of the problem. But imagine the contempt that must exist for the American people in general for this sort of thing to go on as blatantly as you point out it has. This is an open and shut case on corruption. There's no question about it. But will it be investigated? I don't think so, for the reasons that I just outlined. There's no incentive to do it inside the executive branch. There's no incentive to do it on the Hill. Now, let's pause for a second and understand something. A very similar event occurred in 1781 in France. That's 8 years before the revolution breaks out in 1789. And a man named Necker was the French Minister of Finance. He put together a budget. It was actually a very good budget. It was an attempt to deal with the overspending, the mismanagement of funds by Louis XIV's cabinet and ministers. It failed. It failed because the aristocracy, in other words, the elites, were using their position to monetize whatever came out of the budget to steal money effectively. And Necker did his best, but he couldn't make it work. And ultimately, his budget was defeated. My point is that 8 years later, you get the French Revolution. We all know what happened at that point. And let's put it this way, the rewards for this kind of corruption and deceit were pretty serious. And the people involved in this, the vast majority of which went to the guillotine, were ultimately destroyed. And the French nation never really completely recovered from it. And it struggled for many, many years. And I think we're in danger of something like that happening here because too many people are beginning to notice. Most Americans, most of the time, are willing to impute good intentions to the people in Washington. Big mistake in my judgment, but they are. They ought to look at this and understand, forget it. There's no altruism inside the Beltway. Everything, unfortunately, is treated as an opportunity for self-enrichment and profit. Think long and hard about that as you contemplate this entire war that's been developing in the Persian Gulf.
Right. Yeah. And I'm just about to get to that, but I want to bring up one more point. You say that more people are starting to notice that this is just a couple of hours ago. This is the BBC. Oil traders bet millions minutes before the Trump's Iran talks. And then you look a little bit further. It says the BBC has contacted the White House for comment. A spokesman told Financial Times that they did not tolerate any administration official illegally profiteering on insider trading knowledge. But yet then they go on to describe, however, once the timing happened and these stocks happened, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars were made. So I think that this again gets to your point there. It's like contempt. It's like, yeah, we're going to do this out in the open. It's in the market and you can't hide this kind of stuff. And then when the money comes in and people start asking, we just say, oh, we don't tolerate that. We don't do that here. And then moving on to the next thing. And then Trump will just move on to the next crisis, et cetera. And I'll be shocked if Pam Bondi investigates this. I mean, don't have to look much further, and we got to say it. Then the Epstein files, all this talk and all this kind of stuff, and all these things have been released, and yet not one person has even been investigated or brought up on charges, much less anybody paid account for the thousands of people that were victims to this. And it's just looking more and more like the administration is not accountable to anyone. Is there a way out of this besides, as you said, something like 1789?
I don't think so. I really don't. I wish there were. And I think if you stand up and you point to something that's fundamentally wrong, it's an exercise in corruption, you end up like Thomas Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene or any number of people. Massey has hundreds of millions of dollars at work to destroy him, to prevent him from returning to his office in Washington. Marjorie Taylor Greene was afraid that something might happen to her family. She left. My point is, I don't see another way out. And I don't think we can elect ourselves out of this problem. And, we've been down this road before. How many times do you vote and discover what you thought you were going to get is not what you got at all? In other words, we vote, we always get the same outcome. John McCain is president. So I think that's where we are. And there is no easy way out, just as there's no easy way out for President Trump in the Persian Gulf.
And that's kind of where I want to go with this down here to really highlight the risk that you're talking about. Obviously, President Trump ran on no stupid wars. I'm going to end the wars that are on the table. No more regime change, et cetera. All these things. And he has just done them in spades more than anyone else in the modern era has done before him, despite running exactly on that. So we definitely didn't get what we want. And then now here we are trying to get this war off. Now, whether his delay on this alleged ultimatum was always designed to support this, that we can only speculate on. But let's take a look at what the ramifications are, because it's only been delayed. It hasn't been stopped. He didn't take the ultimatum off the table, so the risks are still there. Here he was last night trying to explain why actually he had to do this, because the Iranians posed a systematic threat to America.
We're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker.
Okay, let's take a look at a few things you said there. Let's start with the first thing that he said, that they no longer pose a threat to us anymore. And if he don't pose a threat, then why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? And why is there still a threat that you're going to strike their energy on Friday?
Well, Dan, first we need to correct a misnomer here. The Straits of Hormuz are not closed. They simply aren't. If you have oil sitting on a tanker right now in the Persian Gulf and you want to move it through the Straits of Hormuz, you have to demonstrate that the oil was paid for with yuan, not dollars. And then secondly, that oil is not going to either a U.S. ally or the United States or Israel. So if those conditions are met, you can move through the Straits of Hormuz. Now, they're not moving through at the rate they previously did, But it's wrong to say the straits are closed, not for the Chinese, not for India, not for the Japanese. The Japanese have already met with the Iranians, as did the Indians, and they've hammered out their own agreements along the lines that I just described. So it's not closed. It's closed to us, our allies, and Israel, but not otherwise.
Yeah, and you can actually see that this is from today. This shows that traffic authorized by Iran is indeed moving. It is definitely slower, but it only benefits them, and it does not. It still is blocked for anything that we have. That just shows you it's a lot less than it was, but something is moving. But then the next thing he said is that the other thing he's justifying the war itself, and then the continuation is that it says Iran has for decades refused to get rid of their nuclear weapons program. But I mean, just right off the top, you can think, well, there was that little thing in 2015 where they literally had a negotiated into the capability to have a nuclear weapon. And then the opportunity that, again, will just compress everything else. The 2 days before this war happened, where they said they would go to zero enrichment. So literally they had everything on the table. And of course, at all points, they have declared they have no nuclear weapons program, and our intelligence confirmed it. So what do you make of his claim there, contrary to all the evidence that we can actually see?
I think it's time to dismiss almost anything that comes out of his mouth as probably fundamentally false. It's depressing to me to make that admission, but I think that's where we have to start from. Let's start from the very beginning. Where are we right now? Well, President Trump confronts national and international humiliation. Why? Because, he's talked incessantly about bullying and dominating Iran, about bringing it to its knees, about unconditional surrender, regime change, and so forth and so on. He did all of this at the behest of Mr. Netanyahu and the billionaire Zionists who surround Trump, who helped put him in the White House. This is not something that the United States needs to be involved with. First, we're not really dependent on the oil that comes out of there, but more important, we don't really have an interest in disrupting the world's oil supply, as we are now discovering, because the ramifications for the rest of the world, for our friends in Asia, for our friends in Europe, are catastrophic. But that's where we are. Now, if you're facing humiliation, it means that you can't change this condition. You can't alter the circumstances. We don't have the ability to do that. That's something that he refuses to admit publicly, and I imagine privately. And I think what we're looking at the moment is a 5-day break during which he's trying to find a way out, but at the same time to build up this ground force designed to seize islands inside the Persian Gulf. That's about all there is to it. Now, is there any way out for him? Is there an off-ramp? Well, I think he's shut all of those with his big mouth. So that means he's got to stand up and say, I was wrong. I can't do these things. I made a decision to disengage our forces, and we will sit with the Iranians and try to put together an agreement that minimizes the harm that I've done to my own country and our allies. I don't think that's going to happen, Dan. Do you? So,
yeah, I can't imagine I would do that.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to do that. So that means he bought 5 days. They're going to look for every way they can find. They'll turn to anybody, whether it's Pakistan or India or any country in the world that might be able to, in their view, help them. But these people, although I have no doubt that the Pakistanis, the Indians, and others are very sincere, we've reached the point now where the Iranians have no incentive to cooperate. They have no incentive to sit down and listen to us. They don't really believe anything we say, and they've got a lot of evidence to support that position. We don't carry through in what we say. We lie repeatedly. And in the midst of lying at negotiations, we set them up for attack. So I think the Iranians right now are doing what they're doing because they're waiting for something to break globally. And I think that's coming. They're also looking at us, and they're not fools. Our financial position is very weak. And it's not difficult at all for our financial system to crash at this point.
Right. Not actually made a cover.
Finance the war. What do you do?
Exactly. And I'm actually going to cover the financial aspects of this. It's obviously not part of the narrative in the Western media. And I want to touch on that because one of the other things he said in there, which is just self-evidently untrue, is he claimed that, they bragged about having these nuclear materials, and instead of deterring me, that actually launched me in. Well, as we've talked about, I think you and I have, and definitely on our show last July, where Ted Postal went in and detailed 400 plus kilograms of reprocessed 60% material and the 10 to 11 bombs they could make. So it's obviously been out there in the open source for a long time. They're claiming, the president is claiming, that they discovered this in the last round of negotiations, and that's what prompted him to launch on this imminent threat, et cetera. You would think ordinarily the so-called fifth estate, to where the media in America would ask hard questions and go down the path to say, hey, these things aren't lining up, especially stuff that's gross like this. Instead, Doug, not a shock, but I just want to demonstrate it. We are seeing the exact opposite. What we're seeing is media members and members of President Trump's political friends bending over backwards to continue to tell you, yes, this war is good and we need to keep going. Here's a few examples. First of all, we're going to have Laura last night, Laura Ingraham on Fox News, talking with a former deputy director of the NSC, a gentleman named Mr. Greenwell, who's going to say, first of all, here, you know what? I don't believe anything the Iranians say. Don't ever listen to the Iranian side. Just listen to us.
I never thought I would see this in the United States of America, but the American press, seemed to believe what Iran was saying. Well, Iran is saying that they're not really talking about a deal. They kind of poo-pooed the idea of a 15-point plan that was essentially agreed to by Iran. But I guess that's where we stand now, that ABC, NBC, CNN, they'll actually take the Iranian points of view at this point seriously?
No surprise that too much of the media enterprise is sympathetic to our adversaries. Look, 3 quick points, and you hit the most important. The only numbers that really matter are the fact that the United States and Israel are intercepting 92 to 94% of what's left of the Iranian inventory. And second, 100% of our strikes are successful. There's nothing the Iranians can do about it. You're 100% right. It is just a matter of time. We need to let the president cook.
Yeah, we need to let the president cook, because 94% of all incoming Iranian stuff is knocked out. But you don't have to look very far than Dimona and Irad and Tel Aviv today in the daylight, and somehow that 94% doesn't seem to be squaring with reality.
Well, no, but then nothing does right now in terms of what the reality is presented inside the Beltway. This nonsense is going to continue. Keep 2 things in mind. First of all, who's paying for everything? Who owns the media? Who's taken ownership of these big media corporations? Where do they stand? Where are their loyalties? Well, most people on any given day in the media dislike Donald Trump, but they strongly support what he's doing to support Israel. So if you start following the money, you can answer that question pretty quickly. And if you want to keep your job at Fox News, you're going to say exactly what Laura Ingraham says. And this, of course, sets up the false argument. Well, if you don't agree with us, if you don't say what we're saying is true, that our strikes are 100% effective, nobody's airstrikes and missile strikes in human history have ever been 100% effective. And then secondly, that 92% destruction of all incoming missiles is fact. If you don't agree with that, you are not a loyal American. You are not a patriot. You are lying. You are bad. You should be suppressed. Ideally, should be jailed. I mean, this is the sort of logic train that we're on. And it's depressing, but it pays well. And that's what people need to understand. You don't get paid anything for going on the mainstream media and saying, look, based on experience, I'd be surprised if 50% of these strikes were actually effective. We're hitting a lot of decoys. We're hitting things repeatedly, things we hit before, and we didn't have the desired effect. And by the way, it looks like our interception rate is probably closer to 50% or less. You've talked to Ted Postal. I've been down this road before with the United States Air Force, and I like them very much. But they have a theory that if you admit under any circumstances to missing anything, or you admit to being driven away because you can't penetrate the airspace or because you're taking heavy fire, well, then you're putting air power, quote unquote, at risk. If you do that, you're putting the future of the United States and its security at risk. Therefore, anything you say that may not be true is justified. This is crap. It's crap, and it needs to stop. But I see no evidence that anyone is going to stand up and try to stop anything at this point. Quite the contrary.
Well, in fact, let's continue on that same interview because this is bringing up and introducing a new problem for the administration. Now, President Trump was already going to have a problem when he came to the expiration of this 48-hour ultimatum that he foolishly set, because the Iranian side was ready to counter it and they were ready to go. And so far, they have done everything that they said they would do in retaliation. Now he's pushed it back 5 days, but he's only pushed it back 5 days. Now, this narrative here, going back to Greenwell, he's going to go much further than just saying something about introduction. He's saying we really don't even need to worry about negotiations because we're going to win this militarily.
He's doing a masterful job of it. He manufactured leverage. We need to let the president cook. Second, he's doing a masterful job of it. He manufactured leverage by stating we'll hit their power supply and power generation facilities if they don't stop within 48 hours. Lo and behold, we're in negotiations. And three, while he has a clear idea of where he's headed, the Iranians are in absolute chaos, mostly because their leadership's been decimated, but also because they're disconnected from one another. And so now they're arguing with themselves about how best to proceed. And in the end, I think a military solution is nearly done and will probably be the way this conflict ends.
So if he says that the military is nearly done and that's how we're going to do it, so we don't have to worry about negotiations. But what happens if we come up on Friday and they haven't negotiated, they haven't submitted, and we haven't won militarily? So what happens then?
Well, I think these negotiations are a trifle one-sided, especially since the Iranians aren't involved. That's the first point. Second point is militarily win. What are we winning? Is this the battleship Missouri scenario where the Iranians troop aboard the battleship Missouri sitting somewhere in the Persian Gulf and surrender to Donald Trump? This is all nonsense. The man's not telling the truth. He's a shill for the administration. The Beltway is full of these people. And part of the reason is that people can't imagine anything else. And you got to understand how we get here. First of all, we start something without any sort of strategic framework. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to pulverize the Iranians. Their regime is going to fall. There's a popular uprising and everything improves. We don't recognize that there are any limitations on our resources. There's no recognition that the American electorate might actually wake up and say, wait a minute, what are you doing? Their assumption is we're sheep. We'll all sleep through this. Failure to identify attainable strategic goals. What are the attainable strategic goals? Is it attainable to destroy the regime? That's failed. Are you just going to destroy the whole country, 93 million people, hundreds of thousands of square miles? Unlikely. What about your own military power? And this is very important because what we're seeing is not asymmetric warfare. What we're seeing is one side is trying to wage war the way we have certainly since about 1944. That's the old way of war. And we're facing an opponent who is waging a very different war against us. They're actually waging the war of the future in the 21st century. And that's a war of missiles, unmanned systems, as well as manned systems, a mix of everything, but maximum precision strike with a maximum of persistent surveillance. That's where we are. We're not going to win this war, not the way we're approaching it. And we can fire every last missile in our inventory, and we're going to discover that.
Now, one thing I want to ask Doug, going back again to your comment that there is from the administration and just the government itself and just the powers that be, this might be another example of that. Senator Ted Cruz, I guess a few days back, boasted in an interview that he basically talked Trump into this war. He said, I got into the beast with him, his presidential limo, and we were in Florida, and I talked to him, and I told him why this was so important. And he came out and agreed to do that. So first of all, Cruz took credit for convincing Trump to go. He probably has some competition with Lindsey Graham on that one, but we'll leave that for another day. But then he said this last night, that basically this has been an incredible success.
The first 3 weeks of this military conflict have been incredibly successful. In 3 weeks, we've taken out all of Iran's air defenses. We've taken out virtually every one of their short range and medium range ballistic missiles. We've taken out their missile production capacity. We've taken out their drone capacity. We've taken out their drone manufacturing. You look at what we've done to the Navy. We've had over 8,000 strikes in Iran and on the Navy. We have sunk more than 120 ships. This is the largest naval defeat, the most ships sunk since World War II. That's in 3 weeks. And in addition to that, we have decapitated the regime, taking out not just the Ayatollah, but the senior military leaders, the mullahs who have been tyrants in that country for 47 years. The outcome, I believe, should be simple and straightforward. We want to see a government in Iran that is not run by crazed Islamists who lead mobs chanting death to America.
So it's real simple, Doug. He just wants to see the regime changed in a way that we want, even though we don't have the power to make it happen. And then to your point there, he again goes back to World War II analogy that, you know, we've sunk more ships than anything since World War II. And of course, we used a submarine to sink an unarmed ship not far from India when this thing began here. And they seem to be bragging on that. And I don't know. I don't even see any evidence that anyone's aware, much less acknowledging that Iran has foreseen all this so that their actual Navy, the one that can be used in this, is underground so far and will come out at a time of their choosing to do things in the Strait if they need to. And then also they don't have an Air Force like we have because they're using missiles to pretty good effect so far. But this can't work. As you point out, you just got through making a good description of why this is not going to work. So
good choice on the new HVAC system. We'll get to work on the installation.
Excuse me, I'm the fourth kid, and I have.
One would imagine that, especially an official who wants to get reelected, is not going to say something that's going to be proven to be untrue later on. But it could be that he doesn't care about that, or doesn't know, because he has such contempt for the electorate that they'll vote for me anyway. Which of those things do you think is at play here?
Well, I think they all apply, frankly. Senator Cruz is the same senator who couldn't tell Tucker Carlson how many people lived in Iran. I doubt seriously he'd ever looked at the size of Iran, its terrain, its geography, to appreciate the true strategic challenge associated with waging war on a civilizational state that also happens to be a continental power. So what do you say? I wouldn't take him seriously. I think he's reading from the talking points that the White House and the Pentagon provide to all the retired generals. And again, a good example of the complete failure, to understand the impact of change on warfare. Well, we sank their Navy. What Navy? They had 7 old frigates, collection of other boats, and that hasn't stopped anyone in the Persian Gulf from interfering with the shipping traffic. So I don't know what they're talking about. There really hasn't been an Iranian Air Force to speak of since the Shah departed. So again, this is back to the failure to understand what you're dealing with. I'm most concerned at this stage by people that talk this way, who are going to try and make the fallacious argument that was made recently by Lindsey Graham. President Trump, if you take Carg Island, the war's over. Right. So I have a feeling we're headed down that road. I think we're going to pay a horrendous price for that stupidity, but maybe that's unavoidable. Now, finally, you said, well, what's the problem? There are a lot of people out there, particularly in my generation, they watch the mainstream media. They believe whatever they're told. You would think at some point they would say, wait a minute, this is all nonsense. You would think somebody would wake up and say, wait a minute, President Trump, I voted for you. You haven't done what you said you were going to do. What happened to the effort to deal with the illegal alien problem in the United States? What are you doing to enforce federal law? By the way, 300,000 children in the United States effectively disappear every year. Is anybody doing anything about that? Why aren't we doing something about it? We're not killing 300,000 children or Americans in the Persian Gulf, but if we're losing 300,000 children inside the United States, I'd say that's a pretty big emergency. Doesn't come up for discussion. Nobody's paying for that. The whole thing is disgraceful. It's disgusting, but it's where we are. And eventually Americans are going to have to change this. But it's like everything else. It probably has to get worse before people wake up, smell the coffee, and demand change.
And we have a lot of these World War II imagery because we love those because we won World War II. We were the only ones that won. We can talk about that another day here, but it looks like Vietnam War is another one that we'd like to replicate, although I'm not sure why, since that didn't work out so well. But I mean, here's a couple of things. These are officially released CENTCOM charts. This is as of information from yesterday, and they're bragging about all these different assets you can see on the screen here. These are all the things we bring to the fight to show how incredible it is on the air, land, and sea, and we're just doing all this destruction. And then you see that those things have targets struck, 9,000 targets, combat flights, 9,000 plus, Iranian vessels damaged or destroyed, 140. So it's this statistics that we want to show. But then the question is, what do these statistics translate into on the ground?
Well, historically, the generals, and I imagine the admirals are in the same category, tend to understand only what they can count. They're very impressed by numbers. And this, of course, is extremely dangerous and misleading, particularly if you go back to Vietnam. I was listening to this discussion by Greenway about all these boats or ships or whatever they are that we claim that we sank in the Navy. I remember people talking about how many sampans we'd blown out of the water, on the Mekong River and the Mekong Delta. I served under officers who actually witnessed all sorts of insanity to the extent that we didn't get a high enough body count in the last battle. So we went out and chopped the dead in half. Then we doubled the count, the body count. I mean, this sort of thing is depressing, but it seems to be a feature of the American military. If you can't quantify it, it doesn't mean anything. It's back to Schwarzkopf. How many tanks had we destroyed today? How many artillery pieces did? Oh, and then we found out that a lot of that was deception too. During the Kosovo air campaign, we saw the same thing. Oh, we destroyed hundreds of this and hundreds of that. It was all nonsense. 11 tanks, 12 self-propelled guns, 90 other assorted pieces of equipment, mostly wheeled, for 78 days of the air campaign. What kind of nonsense is that? In other words, it's all meaningless. And they don't know what else to do. They don't have an answer. And sadly, what they've done is they've said, okay, we're going to replicate Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder failed in Vietnam. This massive Air Force campaign, what did we do? We introduced ground forces. And how did that turn out? When the first people landed in Vietnam and South Vietnam, went ashore, they didn't even know what the objective was. It took time to figure out where they were going to go and what they were going to attack. It stayed that way for 8 years until we finally got the hell out. And I think we're going to find the same thing is true because these people are looking for something that doesn't exist. It's back to the Karg Island argument. If we take Karg Island, we win the war. Come on. It's not the way it works. It's never worked that way. They're looking for the silver bullet that's going to deliver victory, that will enable them to take credit for something good and then essentially disappear over the horizon until the next fiasco. I don't think it's going to work this time.
Well, yeah, and actually, that's exactly what I want to talk about because we see that one of the potential coincidences is that the USS Tripoli, with its amphibious landing dock USS New Orleans, and the 2,200 Marines will be of the 31st Marine will be on station on Friday when that second deadline ends. There's also 82nd Airborne Troops, a brigade, I think, at least in here. There's another, the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit, steaming in with the USS Boxer. So the question is, what are they going to do? And can you just give us a little sense for whether it's Karg Island or something else? I personally think that Karg Island is just a deception operation. I don't think anybody's actually going to go there because the difficulty would be too high. I don't know. Maybe they will. But whatever. You're talking maybe 5,000 Marines with the 2 MEUs and another few thousand from the 82nd Airborne. What can those organizations, what can that much ground combat power, along with the A-10s and the Apache helicopters, which have been sent over to support whatever they're going to do on the ground, what is feasible militarily for them to do?
It's important for Americans to understand something. what you do as a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine after you arrive is much more important than how fast you get there. Right now, the emphasis on light and fast. Why are we sending a brigade for the 82nd? Well, because we can. You load up 3,000 men. Now, of course, the Army, as always, has said, well, if we're going to send a brigade, we have to have a division headquarters on the ground to manage it. So 3,000 troops need a 2-star general with a 1-star general as deputy, and probably 150, 200, maybe more people to plan and conduct operations. This is a sort of standard, World War II nonsense that we go through. And then the Marines. We're going to put Marines there because we can float them in, and then we can put them somewhere. Well, the problem is once you put the paratrooper on the ground, once you put the Marine on the ground, the Ranger, whoever it is, what are they going to do? What can they do? Are they going to seize and hold something of great value? What is the seizure about? If they go to an island, can they hold that island? Well, I think we're finding out that islands are extremely vulnerable. Unless it's the size of Borneo, that means that all sorts of precision strike missiles and unmanned systems can annihilate everything on the island. So if you think you're going to go on an island and then hold it for what? What's the benefit? How does it help you? And see, from the Iranian standpoint, they're probably sitting there asking themselves, how could we be this stupid? And we shouldn't get confused. We're not saying that Marines or soldiers or anybody else are not good, solid people that are well-trained and reasonably well-led, I hope, and disciplined. It's not the point. Is what are they going to do when they get there? And how much can you expect of them? So that's why I go back to this thing of, well, we'll seize the islands. Now, if you look at the straits, and this is very hot, very important. I just wrote a piece on Substack that goes into some detail on this. If you go through all the thinking and then you say, well, I'm going to introduce ground troops and I'm going to seize the straits. What does that mean? If you look at the sides of the strait, in other words, the coastline, you're talking about 1,000 feet of cliff. In other words, this is an uphill climb in the worst sense of the word. Are you then going to land troops further to the east and then make the long march around and take it from the landward side? I mean, what are you doing? If you're going to put them on an island, once they're sitting on the island, what kind of control or influence are they going to assert? And the answer is none, because the place will be pulverized. It'll be covered by rockets and missiles. Anything on it will be exterminated. I mean, that's the easy thing to do. What else would you do? Now, of course, if you're going to make the argument that the Iranians are running out of missiles, which reminds me of the Russian army running out of missiles and rockets and so forth, then maybe it's fine. Maybe you could go there and open the chaise lounge chair and take in some sun. But the point is, I don't think so. And I don't think that you can stop from 150 kilometers away all sorts of weapons being launched against those sites. And again, we're back to persistent surveillance. What are you going to do that's going to fool anybody? Where are you going to stage forces? Are you going to try and stage them in Kuwait, in Bahrain? Are you going to try and stage out of Oman? I doubt seriously the Omanis will be receptive to that idea. Are you going to try and stage out of the UAE? Anywhere you go or you try to mass forces, it's going to be picked up, it's going to be targeted, and you're going to be brought under effective fire. So the problem with all of this is, do we have these capabilities? Yeah, we got lots of light infantry. Much of it's good. It'll go where you send it. But what are you asking it to do? And I think at the moment, we're asking them to do the impossible, to exert control over geography that they can't control. It's not a question of, are there not enough of them? It's simply a question of surveillance and strike. And if you don't have that advantage, if you can't rob the enemy of ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and you can't defeat his intermediate range or tactical ballistic missiles and so forth, what are you going to do? Perhaps we're going to have to go through this in order to learn this lesson the hard way.
And just real briefly, what about this? Because there's a lot of things swirling around, and a lot of the rumor mills that actually these troops, especially these light fighters, are actually being sent to do a seizure operation to get those 400 kilograms of reprocessed material and prevent Iran from ever turning them into a nuclear bomb. What is the possibility? We have a lot of good people that can do things. We've seen how SEAL Team 6 went and took out bin Laden. We've seen how we just took Maduro out here. Can something like that work?
Well, there's gold in the Amazon jungles. Why don't you go find it? Good luck. I mean, you're looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack. Now, you can try and detect things using satellite imagery as well as other means of detection overhead to see whether or not you found something that's radioactive. But I'm not sure you're going to end up with what you're looking for. It doesn't take that much material to alert somebody in space or flying overhead. What if you alert on 15, 20 places? Do you line them up and go to them in succession? How do you get there? Are you going to fly in a helicopter? Helicopters are so vulnerable. You can knock them down with rocks. So how do you get in and get out without being detected? And that's the biggest problem I have with all of these assumptions. The other thing is, I read recently, somebody said, we may need as many as 200,000 troops. If you go back to the Dardanelles in 1915, it started really in earnest in February of 1915. It lasted for 9 months. They went in initially, these are the straits between Turkey and Europe, what we call the Bosporus. And the idea was that you seize the straits so that you could pass the Royal Navy through. They can then take Constantinople, now Istanbul, under direct fire. You can land more troops and seize the capital and knock the Turks out of the First World War. It was very attractive. Everybody thought this was a great idea. Well, not everybody. The chief of naval operations thought it was insane, but Churchill, who was effectively the Secretary of the Navy, overrode him and said, no, this will be successful. Churchill did these kinds of things routinely. If he didn't agree, he just dismissed expert opinion and then would go off on these tangents and do incredibly stupid things. The Dardanelles operation was a good example. And there were something like 20 forts, fortified positions up and down the straits the Turks had built with heavy artillery. Then on top of that, you had over 300,000 Turkish troops that showed up. Beyond that, you had mines of all different types and kinds, mines that sank 3 battleships and numerous other supporting vessels. Ultimately, they ended up with 500,000 men on the Gallipoli Peninsula. 500,000 troops, mostly British, some New Zealanders, some Australians, British Indian Division, which seldom gets mentioned. It deserves credit. They fought well. And some Frenchmen, 500,000 men. It was a disaster because, once again, you were going uphill. And the Turks held the high ground. The Turks lost 87,000 men killed. I don't know how many the British and others lost, but it's probably pretty close to that.
48,000, actually. I looked that up the other day.
The Turks won. And how could they lose? It was impossible to defeat them, given the terrain and the circumstances. So what I'm trying to get across is, people seem to have read the story of the Dardanelles, but they didn't read the whole way through. They read the first few chapters, said, oh, this is a great idea, let's do it. Didn't bother to read the concluding chapter, which was catastrophic failure. It was a dumb idea. What they're talking about trying to do with ground troops in the Straits of Hormuz, in my judgment, is an equally dumb idea. Unless, of course, and I could be wrong about this, you have annihilated all of the intermediate range and tactical ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. You have eliminated all of the unmanned systems that could be basically launched and hurled at you, so that the place is barren. And then, even more important, perhaps you can jam all the satellites, Chinese and Russian and others, that are providing assistance and support and imagery to the Iranians. If you can do all of those things, then I suppose you can put people on the ground with rifles walking around looking at the neighborhood. Will that give you control of the straits? Well, that depends on whether or not you got all the underwater unmanned vessels and systems, whether you have killed sufficient numbers of speedboats, whether or not, go down the list.
Yeah.
Everybody forgets, before we went into Normandy, there was almost no German Air Force left in Western Europe. Everybody forgets this. We wanted to land in 1942. Then we wanted to land in 43. And each time the British wisely distracted us and said, forget it. We have no chance of coming ashore. There's an event called Dieppe. Some of your listeners or in the audience may want to go look this up. In 1942, the Canadians insisted ferociously, we know we can beat the Germans. Let us land. And they landed with a few thousand men, and they were slaughtered. And they brought tanks and everything else, and they were destroyed. And the Germans sank everything. By the time we landed in Normandy in June of 1944, there were only 2 fighters in the German Air Force capable of lifting off and fighting us. In 1943, before this had occurred, there were hundreds of fighters, even thousands left that could have done enormous damage to us, and thousands of top flight troops. But everything was on the Eastern Front. There wasn't much left in the West. And what was there, well, it just wasn't top of the line. We don't even point these things out. We don't understand how things really went down. And by the way, even with all the advantages that we had created, we had 5,000 fighters in the air over Normandy. Even with that, the Germans held us up for over a month. And at one point, it looked like they could drive us into the sea. So we need to understand these kinds of operations are extremely dangerous, very difficult to conduct. And I hope somebody somewhere is telling these things to the president.
Yeah, we certainly do as well. Listen, I'm going to spend the remainder of the time here on talking a different set of tactics and details. The statistics put by a sitcom a minute ago, we're talking about how many assets we have, how many targets we've hit, and all that kind of stuff. There's another set of statistics they didn't talk anything about, which I would like to, and that is in the economic realm. First of all, because of what's already happened to the LNG capacities that have been hit by Qatar, it's already going to take up to 5 years to replace that. And that's assuming that nothing else happens from this point forward. You also have not just the oil that's trying to get out of the Strait of Hormuz, but you have other things that have to do with global fertilizer trade, sulfur, urea, ammonia, and several other kind of things. You see if you can see on that screen there, 47% of the sulfur and 24% of the ammonia and everything else in between, 35% of the urea for the world for the world agricultural needs go through the straits every day. And then you also have this issue here that the United States government, according to a new report, this hasn't been talked about much because everybody's been talking about the war, but we kind of need to talk about it a little bit. This is the one I want to camp on here because I think that it has the most impact on what may be driving the U.S. to try and get this fixed. The U.S. government is insolvent. That's not hyperbole. That is the conclusion drawn directly from the Treasury Department's consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year released last week to near total media silence. The number is $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47 trillion in total liabilities as of last September. If the $84 trillion in 75-year off-balance sheet obligations were added to that, then the total liabilities would now exceed $136 trillion, roughly 5 times the U.S. annual GDP. Then the most important part. Most people cannot relate to the trillion-dollar figures as a government ledger, so consider this. Divide every number by 100 million, drop 8 zeros, and federal finances look like a household budget in free fall. That household earns $52,000 and spends $73,000, running a $20,000 annual deficit. Its total liabilities and unfunded promises amount to $1.3 million against just $60,000 in assets, leaving it $1.3 million in the hole. This would be if you were somebody who only makes $50,000. That's the scale here. And Uncle Sam, by any accounting standard, is insolvent. So how can we continue on with these wars, Doug, that do nothing but cost us? We've already got $200 billion more in supplemental on the table here. Where is this leaving us as a country? And what if we don't get this fixed?
Well, first of all, we're not going to fix it, Dan. It's beyond fixing. Secondly, we're dealing with President Trump, who is engaged in something that people frequently call the gambler's fallacy. In other words, the belief that despite the losses at the tables, he can go in and win everything back on one big throw. Do you understand? In other words, roll the dice one more time, and this time it'll work, and we'll win everything. This gambler's fallacy is not unusual. That was, unfortunately, Hitler's mentality at the beginning of the invasion of the Soviet Union. He acknowledged some of the things that were told to him by the general staff that urged him not to invade. and tried to explain there were far more troops than he thought there were, that just because they had performed badly in Finland, the Soviet military was resilient, and the mass purges had ultimately raised up younger officers who might have waited years to be promoted, who would be effective in battle. He didn't listen to these things, and he didn't listen to his own liabilities. They went into the Soviet Union with 50% of the air power that they had used against the British and French and the Low Countries. The reason I'm saying this is that I think this is at work right now. Remember that historically, until we went off the gold standard, you had to raise taxes to pay for wars. Well, the wonderful benefit of coming off the gold standard was that you could just print money. You didn't have to raise taxes, which meant that you could wage war on the sly. That became even more true when we abolished the draft, because the draft was the real issue at the end of the Vietnam War. People realized there's nothing over in Vietnam or in Southeast Asia for which we should die. There's no interest there that justifies it. So then you had to go to a quote unquote volunteer force, which for many years was a real problem, as you may or may not know, but I was there in the 70s. It was rough. It didn't really improve until we went through this terrible recession under Carter, and we were flooded with a lot of talent, good human capital. And that, more than anything else, helped us enormously to improve the armed forces, particularly in the Army. Now, my point is that this has no chance of success right now. And they're in a race. I think Donald Trump is in a race. Can I win this war on one dramatic throw? It's the gambler's fallacy. Can I somehow or another miraculously escape? I'm a man of great luck and good fortune. Can I pull this out at the last minute before it all falls apart? More importantly, before the economic dimension comes home to roost, before the financial system demands attention. I don't think it'll happen that way. And right now, for instance, if you look at all the things that petroleum is part of, look at the plastics industries, those in particular, something like a garbage bag that we take for granted. We're talking about fertilizer, which is having a terrible impact in India and China and other countries. It's going to have an impact on crops and production of foodstuffs. But if you look at something like garbage bags, you better stock up on them, because we're going to have a shortage of those. And I think a lot of the shortages that you're implying, we will begin to feel acutely in the summer. It's not going to be nice. It's going to be ugly. And other people are saying, if you got a problem with your automobile, the supply chains are going to break down as a result of everything we've done. You better go out and get your automobile fixed now, because later on, the parts won't be on hand to fix them. I mean, it's a nightmare. It's going to be somewhat like COVID, only I suspect worse. And it's not something from which we will recover quickly. So I think Donald Trump knows that in private. Now, Scott Bessent, he was asked, how are you going to pay for it? Oh, well, that's ridiculous. We can pay for everything. You can't pay for everything if the people won't lend you the money to do it. Nobody wants to buy our debt, and our currency is being debased. So old Scott Bessent is going to be held responsible and accountable for what he said recently about, it's ridiculous. Not a problem at all. We could pay for this and in perpetuity. Not a problem. He's wrong. So we're sort of headed into the perfect storm. And the only part of it that President Trump can directly influence is the part he doesn't want any part of, and that is disengage from the war in the Middle East. End it. Get out. Admit that you miscalculated. It was a mistake. But he doesn't want to end up like our friend Donald, well, it's not Donald Rumsfeld too, but more important, Robert McNamara. And remember, he said, well, we just didn't understand the culture. No, there were plenty of people around to explain it. They didn't listen. And the people in this White House are not listening. They never have, because they are like Enron, the smartest men in the room.
That's a tough analogy there. So where does this leave us, Doug? Because right now we're now what, I guess 3 days away from the end of the second ultimatum, which is still on the table. We have a lot of ground combat power going in, which, as you just articulated, can't accomplish anything. It's a tiny amount for the massive scale that's going on here. We have the economic problems going on. We have the price of oil that's down today because they listened to President Trump, but that's going to expire at the end of this week. It's either going to drop further if there's a negotiated deal, or it's going to spike up higher if Trump starts attacking and then Iran attacks elsewhere in response. So we truly, you said it's perfect storm. I think that's it. Where do you think this go? Because some of this stuff's coming up near term where we're going to have to either crap or get off the pot.
Well, I think we're going to crap ourselves first. And that's coming after the pause that we're involved with right now ends. How soon after it ends? I don't know. I would think certainly the week after next, we should see some serious action. I'm sure we'll double down on our bombing campaign. We'll try to hit more of the same things over and over and over again. And then that'll be it. And we'll probably employ these ground forces in some capacity. And we'll try to do it in a way that we think will create the illusion of success or victory. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're not substantively changing anything anymore.
And Doug, let me just ask you on this point: what if we are unable to spin anything? What if we try something on the ground and actually suffer mass casualties and we can't even spin it into a success? What happens then?
Well, I don't think that President Trump's argument or the argument of others in his administration that this is effectively, this is the price of war, is going to work, because people are going to ask the hard question: for what? Why are we doing it? Why did we do it? How do we benefit? And oh, by the way, everything here at home is falling apart. So I don't think it looks good. That's why I started this hour by saying President Trump confronts the very, very high probability of certain humiliation internationally and nationally. So I think there's a serious problem insofar as his longevity in office is concerned. I don't know how long he'll be able to stand the pressure and the heat in the kitchen, so to say. There will be people that will demand his removal. And it's going to be tough on the people that have worked with him. Then you add to it what we were discussing at the beginning of the hour, the Hunter Biden levels of corruption. This is beginning to have an effect. People are beginning to notice.
Yeah.
Takes a while, but they do. You can't fool all the people all the time, but you can fool some of the people some of the time. I think we're running out of some of those people, but it's still too soon. We'll see.
We will see, and we'll continue to watch it. And other people don't have to wait for you to be on our show next time. You have a Substack out there, with your latest one on this issue of Gallipoli, Straits of Hormuz, America's Gallipoli. We recommend people go to your Substack. Where can they find you?
Well, it's McGregorWarrior.substack.com. And it's very easy to find. And I urge people to read.
Coffee. Follow me.